Yippee! What's up, dudes? How groweth it? How's my last few days been? They were good, I guess. Yeah, nothing. I guess I was in cryostasis, so I don't really remember much. I had to leave work early today. I threw up. Why'd you throw up? Did you get a concussion? What's my Halloween plans? I don't know. My friend's very much wanting me to go out with them on Friday night because it's like his birthday weekend. So I'm not sure I'm gonna stream on that day. I was thinking about streaming a game, but I think I might be going out. What are you guys gonna do? You gonna go trick-or-treating like a bunch of fucking schoolgirls? Just kidding. I wish I could go trick-or-treating. Honestly, I wish like really generic normal thing, generic stuff like that was like fine for old 35-year-old men. But alas, there's rules now. Also Joel here. Hey, I never met a Joel I didn't like. Did you know that in Britain there's a cat that is 29 years old? That's gonna be Pradeep one day. Except he'll still be still working with Mr. Bond. Did you see your channel pop up at Twist History? Or didn't see your channel pop up at Twist History? Yeah, Twist History's done. They were going in a different direction, so no worries. Just looked up what the 6'7" thing is and a gray hair popped up. Yeah, dude, it's essentially just meaningless gobbledygook that'll be gone in a couple months. I'll be handing out candy for the kiddies and Jell-O shots for the parents. Oh, that's nice of you. That's actually hilarious. You're gonna have to check all the parents' IDs. Hey Joe, I got the second development job I mentioned last week. They just sent me my ID. First job I got, the recruiter told me that it might be until next month, they tell me, because of the shutdown. Oh, okay. Is it a government thing, or do they just get money from the government or something like that? That's interesting. That's awesome, though. Congratulations. YouTube uses our hey names instead of our usernames now. Yeah, do you think that's, like, slowly trying to, like, prepare everyone for, like, some real ID bullshit? To, like, because some people might use their real names and change their usernames, it's, like, trying to decondition your brain to... I don't know. It's always, like, a stepwise process. You get something for a little bit, and then they go on to the next thing. And soon they're going to be showing... Everybody's got to show their butthole to sign in. Alex Love, welcome back for 52 months. Yo, happy early Halloween. Hope it's spooky enough for you. Glad to be here. Support this channel. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you. Really, really kind. Seriously, 52 months is nuts. I didn't get to say goodnight last stream. Hey, no worries. Good night, my friend. Forever good night. It's kind of weird of them. I see it using the other names sometimes, and then sometimes it's this. Yeah, maybe it's just like a weird glitch or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's my streaming software. I have no idea. I mean, it probably wouldn't be anything on my end, if I'm being real with you. I'm ready for 3IA Atlas to come and fucking abduct me or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to, like, 3IA Atlas is just, like, really going to be more closer to the sun, isn't it? Or whatever. But then I saw some weird conspiracy video where it was saying that there was, like, going to be some consciousness shift of billions of people on Earth or whatever due to, like, Schumann's resonance changing or some shit. Like, frequencies from the sun. And it's kind of just like, oh my god, man. Like, how many of that shit, how many of those, like, Anunnaki awakening videos are they going to make? You would think people would be over it by now, but I don't know. I mean, if it does wake up some sort of latent psychic abilities in us, that'd be kind of sick. Or who knows, maybe it kills a large percentage of the population randomly. That wouldn't be nice. Strauss Outdoors, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Daphne Law, Coffee Cat, Brygon Gin, Anton K, and Xavier Anna. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. 23 weeks today, me and my baby girl love listening to videos. Oh, thank you. Congratulations. What's the info for your other channel name, Saturn Soul? The art for it, curious because it's cool. Yeah, it's just like esoteric shit, you know what I mean? Like the worship of Saturn and reincarnation and like soul traps and all that kind of stuff. Everyone's soul getting trapped in Saturn and like stuck in an endless cycle of reincarnation. David Icke has some interesting stories. Some stuff is interesting. Some seems fictional. I mean, yeah. I haven't done like a deep dive into David Icke stuff. I just know he has arthritis in his fingers, which looks sad, but yeah, he like talks about what, like reptilians and things like that. Oh, thank you for blessing me. Which reminds me, I should post on my story. Do you guys want to say cheese? Say cheese. Say it, Justin. Say it. Get your cheeses in while you can. Cheese it up. Moldy queso. Oh my gosh. It's all blurry. It's okay. That's part of the process, part of the art. Live now. With no link. No link at all on my Instagram, just hopefully people get it. There it is. Let's go. When is my birthday? June 4. Mozzarella. Anyways, guys, what's new? What's good? You guys have any fun at all? Ever? You blinked, that's okay. Where we're going, we don't need eyes. Just ears. What's up, Stellar? Is my iPad gonna spit out cheese? I hope so. I hope it just starts squeezing it. Who's squeezing they shit? Who up shredding they cheese? I went to see Nightmare Before Christmas 3D this evening and went to Texas Roadhouse for steaks afterwards. Let's go. That sounds like a perfect day. I'll be honest with you. Texas Roadhouse has like some of the best steaks. Which is crazy because you would think that like a chain wouldn't have that figured out. But honestly, at this point, I genuinely consider Texas Roadhouse more of like a dojo than a chain restaurant. Because clearly they had to master the art that is cooking a beautiful sirloin. And, oh, it doesn't beat Longhorn? I don't think I've ever been to a Longhorn. Oh, you think Texas is better? We're going to have a YouTube boxing match. Texas versus Roadhouse. Or Longhorn. Are they both from the Texas region? That's blurry. I think it's so blurry. Just made my eyes crisscross. That's alright. The only word you need to see in there is get in my belly. I needed to come here tonight. I don't have many people, so I enjoy being here a couple times a week, and I don't feel so isolated, so thank you. You're welcome. Good to see you. I'm sorry, sorry about that, but yeah, we got you. Maybe you could start something. Maybe you could start like a knitting club or a hiking club or a church or a cult. I used to live in Georgia and I was born in Texas. People hated that I missed my home. Finally back, love Texas. Well, welcome home, my friend. 2 more nights. 2 more big nights. Rolls at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they really need to just like start offering people like you pay $5 and or $10 and you can just sit in and eat rolls all day. Anything cool happen? Anything cool happen at all? Rolls of what? I think they're just like sweet rolls. Rolls of bread. The jelly rolls. Besides like the delicious butter they give you, they should give you some jelly. Just have it at the table. You kissed your girlfriend. Oh my god. Make sure you're not sick. You found $100 today? Where'd you find that at? Oh, that's right, the government shutdown. Yeah, so what was it in the, because usually they shut down because of, well, you know what, let's just look it up. Sit here and speculate and sound stupid, but I'll have the computer think for me. Why did the government shut down? Question mark. Under the U.S. law, the federal government meets annual appropriations or funding bills passed by United States Congress and signed by... Wait, no. It says Joe Biden. No, like, current one. 2025. Why the fuck is, like, sometimes ChatGPT is, like, 9,000 years in the past. The shutdown began on October 1st, 2025, when the previous funding authority expired and Congress did not pass the required appropriations or continuing resolution to extend funding. The deadlock is rooted in partisan disagreements. Disputes over overall spending levels and rescissions or cuts of foreign aid and other programs. One major point of contention is the debate around subsidies for health insurance under the Affordable Care Act, ACA, and related healthcare funding issues. Also, procedural and staffing issues. The Senate failed repeatedly to pass the Republican proposed continuing resolution, and the House largely recessed instead of working the budget. What is that? In procedural staffing issues, the Senate failed repeatedly to pass the Republican proposed continuation resolution. The House largely recessed instead of working the budget. Okay. What the impasse looks like. Because funding lapsed, non-essential part of the federal government were forced to suspend operations or operate with skeleton crews. About 750,000 federal workers have been furloughed, and many others are working without pay. The Food Aid Program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, is under pressure. States have sued over its suspension. Some travel and transport operations are seeing effects, such as staffing changes, challenges in air traffic control training inspections, though major emergency functions continue. The shutdown has already lasted several weeks as of late October 2025, with no resolution in immediate sight. Economic forecasts are showing large impacts, such as a nonpartisan office projects losses of $7 billion to $14 billion in permanent lost GDP if the shutdown continues. The longer it continues, the greater the risk to more programs, state budgets, workers, and public services. Interesting. Do you guys think there are going to be like riots or anything like that? Are any of you guys going to riot? I hope not. Have I bought my Halloween candy? I have not, no. I do have a bowl, though. It's one of those ones where, like, the little monster tries to grab your hand. Dude, having everybody's names be different is, like, really, really confusing. Because seeing it say, like, Crybaby98, that's actually, like, messes with my brain. No riots, just starvation. That is kind of crazy. Wonder how long that's gonna last for. Or like what's that, like what kind of effects? Well, let's see. Let's look it up. Let's ask the AI, the Magic 8 Ball. What will be the ongoing negative effects if people don't receive SNAP benefits? the military is being held up to, missing their pay. Man. SNAP serves over 40 million Americans, including 1.8 million when benefits are delayed. Millions of families simply don't have the money for groceries within 2 to 3 weeks. Food pantries see demand double or triple. Most community food banks don't have enough food or volunteers to handle that surge. Families with children, seniors on fixed incomes, and low-wage workers are the hardest hit. Parents often start skipping meals to feed kids, and nutrition quality declines quickly. More cheap starches, less protein and produce. Poor nutrition increases risk of illness, fatigue, hospital clinics see more ER visits. Domestic violence, theft can slightly rise in areas with desperate turns to crisis. SNAP dollars circulate fast. Every $1 in benefits generates about $1.5 to $1.8 in local economic activity, according to USDA multipliers. If benefits stop, small town grocers, gas station, and convenience stores lose thousands in revenue weekly. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, fuck. Many rural stores, especially in food deserts, demand on SNAP redemptions. Without them, some shut down permanently. Oh, that's crazy. Food banks, churches, and local charities will immediately be overwhelmed. They rely on donations that aren't meant to cover federal-level shortfalls. Schools that run free breakfast and lunch programs may face increased demand for evening or weekend meals, but without added funding. Local police and EMTs often experience higher call volumes during the welfare checks, domestic incidents, and public disturbances linked to stress and scarcity. Major grocery chains and distributors lose hundreds of millions in SNAP-related sales. This ripples up to farmers, truckers, and warehouse workers. Farmer markets that accept SNAP via EBT terminals, a growing share, lose traffic, hurting local agriculture and urban farm initiatives. Ironically, cutting SNAP doesn't save money. It costs more later through higher healthcare spending, social instability, and lost productivity. Research shows kids who experience even short-term food insecurity are worse school performance, higher school dropout rates, and lower lifetime earnings. That's crazy. It's pretty scary, honestly, what's going to happen. All right, story time. Yeah, I feel like they got to come to some agreement, right? If they turn down the previous, so what was it? Why was it the Senate? The Senate turned down funding? Question mark. Yes, the United States Senate failed to pass a funding bill that would have kept the federal government open, which directly led to the 2025 shutdown. Here's the key details. A continuing resolution, CR, drafted in the United States House of Representatives was passed by the House, extending funding until November 21st, 2025. The Senate then held a vote for the 13th time on the bill to reopen the government and fund operations, but it failed. On October 28th, 2025, the vote was 54 yes to 45 no. Short of the 60 votes needed, the impasse is attributed to disagreements over policy riders, especially around health insurance subsidies and foreign aid, not just mere numbers, because the Senate could advance the bill due in part to the filibuster threshold. The funding expired at midnight on October 1st, triggering the shutdown. Okay. So I wonder, are they voting again soon? Question mark. Is Kevin McAllister's story in there? Yeah, probably, bro. This is Home Alone 4. I feel like they actually already made Home Alone 4. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that talks between senators ticked up significantly and could set the stage for a vote in the near future. A CR is on the table, one without major policy riders, supported by over 300 stakeholder groups. One of the main reasons urgency is high: the supplemented nutritional SNAP program benefits are about to run out without more funding. While the vote is expected, there's no firm schedule announced for which continuing resolution gets considered. It's not clear how many senators will support whichever measures come up, and given the filibuster 60 threshold in the Senate, passage is still by no means guaranteed. Interesting. That's crazy. They made other Home Alone movies with other kids, but they're all awful. Yeah, I remember growing up watching number 3. Obviously not with Macaulay Culkin or whatever, but I just remember I watched it so many times to the point that you kind of like it. Yeah, definitely very late tonight. I don't know anymore. Time just flies by. The days just all blend together in my head. I think if Home Alone would have happened in 2025, it would have been that fun. Every kid has a $1,000 iPhone. Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't have got bored and set up any traps. They would have just played Roblox, eat pizza. Science Guy with the 5 says, here's some congressionally approved food stamp relief fund. Thank you. Just for me. Have you heard what's happening in Alberta, Canada right now? Our teachers striked and our government solution was to dissolve their rights. I did not hear about it now. Man, the government. What even is anything? Should we just go back to living in the jungle, guys? Should we just go back to our monkey ways? And just pick berries and hunt with spears? Do you think we could do it? You want to be Amish? I guess, they might accept you in there. I don't know how nice they are, to be honest. They seem nice on the first rip, but hunt the berries with spears, yeah. I probably could hit a berry with a spear. How many stories left? Also, hi Joe, a long time since I've listened. Happy to be back. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, we're just getting started here. Oops. Okay. I forget how many we have, but I guess we'll figure it out as we go. Probably turn on an orange light just so I'm not glaucoma-ing myself. Oh, shit. Anarcho-poopism. We're just going to be eating our own poop. As a kid, I grew up in foster care, so I have a lot of memories of being home alone. These were mostly from early homes that I stayed in as a little kid, and there's only one that stands out as being really terrifying, but it ended up changing my life. Thankfully, it changed it for the better, but at the time, it felt like it could be the end of everything. As a former foster care kid, I just want to say that please don't take up fostering for the right. As a former foster care kid, I just want to say, please only take up fostering for the right reasons. There are so many kids in the system whose stories don't have a happy ending like mine does, and I wish that wasn't the case. I've been placed with this family, the Harrisons, for about 3 weeks when this happened. I was coming off another stint in the group home, so at first I was excited to be with my family again. But when I met with the Harrisons, it was pretty quickly clear that they didn't care about me at all. I was just an excuse to get an extra paycheck from the government. And thankfully, they weren't an abusive couple. They were just negligent, which I'd take over being actively abusive any day, but it sucks that we have to accept either. And the Harrisons were actually quite nice to me in the way that they... Oops. I gotta move this shit over. Sorry. Wart. Are you guys gonna play the Halo Combat Evolved remake? Dude, it's actually so annoying, like, seeing all the names as, like, ats, because I'm just gonna, it doesn't, comfortably space out how the username should be, so it's, so hard to address. What's up, Zach? It might not even call people the same names they were, but I guess it is what it is. I'll just have to come up with names based on their at. Were they different before? Yeah, it was your usernames. Now it's your ats, which I think your at is your baseline name, right? And it's whatever. It's just the continuity of it is just kind of annoying. I have to get used to. Because Crybaby, I know that profile picture, I'm fairly certain. And you have a green name next to your name. But I know that's not your baseline name, right? Or your baseline username. Yeah, Pat's Nation, yours is the exact same because that's the same as your username. I don't think it... it won't let you change it, you know what I mean? It won't let you change, like, your @ I don't think. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it says tea time next to yours. I can recognize that, and I recognize the PFP. It's just, like, you don't realize, like, that there's, like, an odd degree of, like, comfort realizing that, like, everyone looks sort of familiar, you know what I mean? Oh, you can change it. Remember when they forced you to create a government name account back in the day? Yeah, didn't they get backlash for that, like, quite a while ago? What's up, Lexi? Bunch of AI generated names. I know, right? It's like awkward because it's just like a lot of like text all in your face at once, as opposed to like a nice, like, clean username. Whatever. It might just because I haven't really updated my OBS in a while. Thanks, Stacy. Good to see you. The Harrisons were actually nice to me in the way they acted. They weren't especially mean or cruel, and they were pretty generous with letting me help myself to snacks or treats from the kitchen. And I was extremely shy and a quiet 6-year-old girl who was mostly just liked to hide under her bed. And I was an extremely shy and quiet 6-year-old girl who mostly just liked to hide under her bed and read, so I guess I was the perfect kid for a couple like this. You see, they wanted a kid that they could foster who would just stay quiet and stay in the house while they went out and went about their lives. And that was me, all right. I never got in trouble, or stood up for myself, or did anything defiant, really, at least not when I was a little kid. So after a couple of days, the Harrisons took to leaving me alone in the house almost every evening. And honestly, this was fine by me. I was a very self-sufficient 6-year-old. I had to be, growing up in care, and at the time I thought this was just bliss, being trusted to just sort of house-sit alone, free to access as many snacks as I wanted, and all I had to worry about was making sure that I didn't get in any trouble. Sometimes I wonder how long I would have stayed with the Harrisons, being poorly and negligently non-parented, if the following event hadn't happened. And as I said, I'd been there for a few weeks, and it was yet another night where I was left on my own. I was just watching TV in the living room when there was a knock at the door. The house was in a sort of run-down suburb, better than... You know what's really annoying is, like, ever since I've, like, hurt my back, I don't know if you remember when I hurt my back, like, a while ago, like, I can still work out just fine and all that kind of stuff, but I just, like, permanently, just, like, cannot get rid of it, have, like, a weird type of, like, aching sciatic pain in my fucking glute, like, my left glute. Like, it's just sort of, like, on the, like, glute hip area. But yeah, I think I told you how, like, yeah, it hurt my back a while ago, and it was literally, like, just during, like, a dumbass CrossFit workout. I know, right? It's very grandpa-esque, but, like, normally if I get, like, an injury, it, like, starts to chill after a while, or I can, like, figure out exactly the issue. And honestly, most of the time it just comes down to, like if I activate it, if I do some, like, strengthening and activation, it does feel really good. But yeah, I don't know. Sciatic stretches, like sitting on a lacrosse ball, various other things, like, really don't make it go away. It's only whenever I do, like, certain, I'm not even sure, just activation stuff. What's up, Beth? CrossFit, come on, dude. Form over reps always. For sure, man. Weird, Facebook actually wants you to have nicknames on most user groups as for privacy means. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a hip flex. I might just need to stretch my hip flexors. I guess it's technically been a while since I've done, like, the couch stretch. But, like, it's just weird. It seems different than that. I don't know. It could quite literally just be that, though. My hips are, like, super, super tight. And the hips really don't lie, do they? chiropractor. I mean, that might help too. I do have a friend that actually is a chiropractor. I just haven't gotten to see him in like a while. But I have like another friend who's like, in my opinion, was like way better in the sense of doing like myofascial release, and he just like hasn't been able to get me better at all. Normally he can like fix me up in a way that I'd never felt before, but no. Probably that I'd ever felt before. The house was in a sort of rundown suburb. Better than what I was used to, but definitely a bit sketchy looking back. But to me it was a palace, and the fact that the Harrisons felt comfortable leaving me alone all night made me assume that it must be safe. And even still, aren't I Canadian now? How old am I? I'm 35. Even so, I still knew not to answer the door when I was home alone. Mr. Harrison repeated this to me every single time they went out all evening and left me there. Don't cause any damage. Don't answer the door. Don't forget to brush your teeth before bed. Always those 3 things. There'd never been a knock at the door before when I was home alone, so even though I had no intention of answering, I crept into the hallway just to listen. And I remembered that there was no way for anyone on the front porch to see inside and see me, so I felt emboldened by that. I guess the guy outside heard the floorboards. Soda! Minnesota. If you are, you've got a few free chiropractic visits each year in your health card. Oh, no, yeah, I'm not in Canada. That's kind of cool. They have chiropractic stuff incorporated into healthcare. I know some chiropractics around here take health insurance, and like it's only like $20 a visit. Hey, Katie, what's up? I'll go with it. What's up, Brittany? The only person I know to... Oh, sorry. What's up? See, oh yeah, it's Jesse. It's just weird. It's like I gotta get used to like going through the names like hella trash _ Jesse. It's like hard for my brain to like, I don't know. Dance to the Shakira song, that's true. Shakira. Can I fix it? I don't know. Let's see. Is there anything that I can do? Participants. That doesn't do anything. Community. Oh shit. Community moderation. Moderation basic. Viewer posts. Wait. Viewer posts. What do you mean that? User management. Moderators. Who wants to be a moderator? Live redirects. Oh, what the fuck's that? All channels can redirect to my content. The option is disabled if your channel guidelines. Don't say a bad word. That upsets everyone. Yeah, I have no idea. Whatever. Whatevs. Got a little bit of everything attached to our health cards. 1 eye exam every 2 years, 2 teeth cleaners per year. Interesting. How much do you pay monthly for that? It just like comes out of your taxes. I failed a 120-pound bench today. I want to hit 135 before the year ends. That's awesome. Yeah, you'll get there. I mean, honestly, the most success I had with strength progression was that 5-3-1 program. If you ever, I mean, I feel like I vaguely recall we've talked about fitness when you were here before, and I may have mentioned the 5-3-1 at that time. Could try some diaphragmatic breathing. It helps relax the deep core. I think I need to take off my pants. It's an issue. I've been wearing fucking jeans. Jeans suck. I mean, jeans are fine, but they just fucking scrunch you up. They give you a big fucking scrunching. Alright. Fucking stupid piece of shit. Give me sweatpants every day. Attached to your health cards. Yeah, is your taxes like insane every year? Because Obviously, nothing is free. I do 5x5 right now for more volume, but I'll try 531. Yeah, you can actually type it into Chat GPT or whatever as well, and it will tell you how to like program it for yourself. But the idea is like you determine, what is it? You determine your 1 rep max, right? Which I guess it was, you said 120, or you failed that, but that's fine. 115. And then from that point, it'll tell you to like take 80% of that, and then you'll work through like basically a 8-week program. What's a piriformis release? It's like a muscle in your ass that like crosses between your ass and your front. It might be it. I just don't know how to like access the piriformis. I feel like one day I'm gonna like hit it, hit the exact right thing and just be like, holy shit. Go to the gym for you? What are you gonna do? Dude, if I didn't have someone to be on my ass at the gym, I don't even know if I would fucking go anymore. It's so annoying. Everybody get fatter now. Guys, everybody, it's bulking season. It's almost winter. Why is it annoying? It's not really annoying necessarily. Like, I do enjoy it when I get there, but it's just like, I guess it's mainly the diet part. The diet part's probably the hardest, because you can I enjoy sitting there lifting and pushing weights all the time, but whenever someone's like, don't fucking eat Butterfingers, I'm like, what are you, a Nazi? You a fucking Snicker snack Nazi? And they say yes, and then they throw me in the camp. Get to go check on your gym? No, I just mean like I have like scheduled, like someone trains me, like a personal trainer type thing, like, and if I didn't have them waiting there for me, and if it wasn't the fact that I would like piss them off if I didn't show up, it's so hard to find motivation lately, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been literally working out since I was, I guess, 13, right? Whenever you kind of like, you can start before that too, but that's when I started like sports and lifting and shit. So now I'm 35 and I just like kind of feel like, what the fuck is going on? So I always have a spotter. I do, yeah. It's nice. And it can be on my ass about like form and stuff like that. We should all try out for the strongman training. Strongman stuff is cool. I remember doing, what the hell's that thing called? It's basically you put like a huge amount of weight on your back, and then it has, I forget what it's called, then you just like try to walk the weight as far as you can. And I got it up to like 600 pounds and took it the length or whatever. That was kind of sick. But it was like one of those things where it was like if you moved like one, it's sort of like a farmer's carry, but not the one where you have it on your hands. But it was like you just have it on your back, like you're getting into a back squat. And then, yeah, I just remember if I made like one wrong move, my fucking body felt like it was going to explode. I gotta go study for nursing exam. Best of luck. Hey, yeah, good luck, Katie. Nursing, baby, yeah. Can't wait till I'm able to go running again. Hell yeah, dude. Might as well just do some biking or walking. I failed bench without a spotter a few weeks ago, and some random guy had to come help me. It's really embarrassing. Yeah, it's embarrassing, but it's like, you gotta ask for help when you're there. I always find a spot on bench, because you just never know when that shit's gonna go south, and now all of a sudden, like, you're choking to death, and it's like, imagine how pissed you would be at yourself in that last few moments. Listen to literature before my paramedics licensing exam passed. It's good luck. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. How do you stretch your hips out? There's like lots of stuff online you can find, but the one that I saw that helps me the most is called a couch stretch. It's like against a wall. But also, like, a lot of the times people, from what I've come to find, is that like stretching is good, but sometimes pain originates from weakness, if that makes sense. So it's like in like movement, you have like, a contraction, extension and contraction, right? If you think of like a bicep curl, it's like when it goes down, that's the extension, the stretch. And then when you bring it back up, it's the contraction. So you can go ahead and like stretch out your hips all the time and it might feel a little bit better, but you should probably start also thinking about doing something that's like strengthening them as well. Just I don't know, it seems that activation really takes away the pain. You ever stayed pinned under weights for a full hour because you were just too proud and then proceeded to say that you were trying to take a nap? Dude, it's been, sometimes, bench-wise, bench is dumb. Honestly, just like flat bench in general is just a dumb exercise. I genuinely think nobody should ever do flat bench. They should just do the incline bench, because it's going to work your chest and upper chest anyways more so. And it's just safer and easier on your like labrum, your shoulder kind of vibe, you know. I guess the guy outside heard the floorboards creak or something though, because he was able to tell when I stepped into the hallway. He called out to me, and his voice was kind and gentle, and I wondered if it wasn't anything to worry about. And he said he was from CPS, and he was there to check on me and to see if I was getting on okay at my new foster home. Incline dumbbell. And dumbbell's better too sometimes. Obviously it's kind of awkward getting into position. You see those people like kick the weights up into their shoulders before they get going. To me, I feel like that's kind of dangerous. You kind of have to have a better system to like get them up. I could doing flat bench with a bar a couple of years ago and stick to incline. I do the flat bench only with the dumbbells. Yeah, I think that's smart, because at least you have a lot more wiggle room there. You can get a deeper stretch, which is important anyways for the growth, and you don't have to worry about just something fucking snapping, because the second you fuck up like an injury like that, or you become one of the many people who have like labrum issues, you're just screwed, you know. I took BPC to get better, and that did help, but you don't want to be in that position, you know, or have to have surgery or something fucking gay. It's wild how you go from just chatting normally to the perfect radio voice. Thanks, dude. Am I buff? Yeah, I guess so. I've been working out since fucking forever. We can all stand to lose a few pounds. My dad hired a gym trainer for a 9-year-old at the Y because he's interested in weights and punching bags. That's awesome. Do I have a double chin? No, I don't have a double chin. Got a quadruple. He called out to me and oh my god, Pradeep's in there digging around in the shit box. 1 second. The Crimson Chin. What's the other one's name? He's widowy hitting the gwitty. I told you a while back about how I tore all 3 of my left hamstring tendon surgery in a year of PT, and now years later I still struggle with it. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. That's so scary. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, look into like BPC. It's kind of an interesting peptide, as long as you don't have cancer or anything. Apparently it's pretty good. How's my trash spider? Dude, I don't see him out there anymore. Him or her. Shelob. It sucks. I go out there, I dump my trash out there because it's gonna make everything stink, right? And I don't see my Spidey anywhere. So, and this, I guess it's mainly because all the other insects, like the larvae and flies and shit, like don't exist there anymore. Had a call for a guy who tore his pec on a flat bench with a barbell, no spot or too much weight, bad form. You could see where the muscle detached, it was juicy. Yeah, it's scary. It sucks, man. It's just dumb. It's like you think you're going ham and you're doing good, and all of a sudden it's just like click, and it's just gone. God. Can't imagine like in the past, like caveman shit, or even like the 1800s, you have some type of injury and you're just so boned. He called out to me, and his voice was kind and gentle, and was saying if maybe it wasn't... What the fuck? God damn it. And he called out to me, and his voice was kind and gentle, and I wondered if maybe it wasn't anything to worry about. He said he was from CPS, and that he was there to check on me and see if everything was going okay at my new foster home. I didn't reply because I knew the Harrisons would be in trouble if the CPS found out they left me alone at night, and I really wanted to stay in this home where I was basically ignored and left to my own devices to read and watch cartoons. The guy outside kept talking though, saying he knew that I was there and that I should just open the door and let him in so he could check everything was fine. Check everything. Michael Cassetta, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Michael. Good to see you. People in the 1800s were drinking alcohol instead of water, so they wouldn't even care. I think that's still how it goes now. It's just, I don't think their surgeries were quite as good as ours. Dude, I hope we get to the future, like, Starship Troopers style. Remember in Starship Troopers, whenever he, like, got that huge fucking... He got that huge arachnid or whatever, like, stabbed through his, like, you know, quad. And it went all the ways through his leg, so you think he would have bled out, but he didn't bleed out. And then if you see him inside, like, the Bacta tank, which is Star Wars, but this is kind of reminding me of that, you, like, see these little, like, nanobot things, like, basically these little robot surgeons basically just, like, very, very quickly fucking, you know, putting his shit back together in the water, and I'm like, that's so fucking sick. What's up, Sonomi? You drink water, like, out of a toilet? Pradeep does. I try to keep all the toilets flushed so that he has a choice in where he can drink. Did you see they're selling robots for your house now? I did, yeah. Would you guys do that? Would you guys get one of those? Pay $1 million for it? Reminds you of Jason X, the horror movie. Dude, I was thinking about that too. Jason X is crazy, because there was like those weird, like, black goo nanobots that, like, healed Jason, right? And I always thought that would be kind of a similar thing for doing massage on people, like some type of goo, or you know how they have, like, goo that can activate based on, like, electrical impulses and stuff. I always thought it'd be something cool where you could just, like, lay in a bed, and then at certain intervals the goo could just, like, determine exactly where the tension or the knots are, and then it would just, like, start rolling in those positions on, like, a really, like, a pretty much cellular level. Yeah, I think I only ever saw Jason X, like, once or twice back in the day when it was on Stars. And it was really good, honestly. I enjoyed it. They should bring back Jason. It's kind of weird. I feel like we haven't gotten, like, a modern Jason in forever. The guy outside kept talking and saying that he knew that I was in there, and that I should just open the door and let him in so he could check if everything was fine. And so I crept over to the other side of the hallway, by the stairs, and sat down on the steps. Then the guy said that he'd left something behind when he visited before, and that the Harrisons would want me to let him in, and in fact they told him to tell me to let him in. He used their full names too, which made me start doubting myself. I finally asked him to repeat who he was, and this time he said he was a friend of the family, and that the Harrisons had asked him to drop by to check if I was okay. Now, I may have been 6 years old and quiet, but I wasn't stupid. This guy had claimed that he was from CPS, and now he was saying he was a friend of the family. So I quietly said that I couldn't let him in because the Harrisons had told me not to ever answer the door for strangers. And at first the guy told me that it was good, and that I was a good girl for listening, and he said that they'd wanted to test if I was... He said they'd wanted to test that I was... Okay. Jesus Christ, I don't know why I struggle with this. Hey, Chandra, what's up? Do you think robots are going to end the human race, Joel? They said they will themselves. Who's they? The robots? The big roboties? I don't know. It seems like the people that, like, run the world, the ultra rich, the bankers, all that kind of stuff, it seems like they kind of, like, have some sort of abstract desire for all of us to be in what's called, like, the fourth industrial revolution, where we all start to, like, integrate ourselves with some sort of brain chip or, like, other augmentation, you know what I mean? Cyberpunk 2077 style or whatever. But it's like the second you do that, it's like you know, some things, I don't know. It's all going to be centralized back to some type of hackable interference system, you know. Blade Runner, yeah. Have any of you guys followed like any of like that Peter Thiel guy, the one that came up with the Palantir stuff, which is supposed to be like, you know, a dystopian AI system that rules over everything we do or whatever. But he gave like some speech or whatever recently about the, oh, you know what, we're just going to look it up. Did Peter Thiel give some speech about the Antichrist? He doesn't seem to have like any enjoyment of the human race. And he's always very slimy looking. Got any show recommendations? Not really, honestly. Maybe just Smiling Friends. Aren't they making a McDonald's with only robots inside the restaurant? I think that already exists. Yeah, it's just like all hands off. What he's done, Peter Thiel delivered a closed-door, 4-part lecture series in San Francisco, October 2025, on the topic of the Antichrist, how the figure is represented in theology, history, literature, and politics. In an interview with the Hoover Institution recorded October 8, 2024, he discussed apocalyptic themes, including the Antichrist, and tied them to technological and political risk. Thiel's remarks included statements such as, if the Antichrist were to come to power, it would be by talking about Armageddon all the time. Okay. These talks are not the same as the public speech delivered with full transcript and broad release. The lecture series was off the record private. Thiel frames Antichrist more as a metaphor for systemic risk or enabling structures of power, globalism, one world government, technological domination, rather than a full specified individual figure in a literal prophetic sense. See, that's what's weird about this guy, Peter Thiel. It's like he frames himself as some type of libertarian type thing, but then he also is like super all about like centralizing everything to like an AI overlord. So I feel like in many ways, whatever the fuck he is, like he genuinely wants to create the Antichrist, whatever you want to call it, or, you know, via like AI or robotics or whatever. I asked that earlier because I wanted to know if it's great. Oh, sorry. Because the talks are private and involve esoteric references, theology, literature, technology, interpretations vary, and some criticism has arisen about the coherence or underlying motive of the theme. Why he might be doing this. Thiel has been a long interest in grand themes, technology, future progress, or stagnation, political, whatever. AI, dude, asking a question from Chat GPT is so fucking annoying sometimes because it's just tells you the most like generic fucking Google bullshit. Guys, this stream I watched is this guy playing VR and he has 3 cats climbing on him. Nice. Demigod Shady with the 2 says, chat, did y'all see my boy Austin Reeves? Yeah, did you hear me at the end of the video? I did see he put up some crazy numbers, like 50 points or something like that, or in like a very short period of time. I didn't realize like that was a basketball player. I just don't really watch much NBA or anything. Leave the little mystical fairy in the box alone. They're trying very hard to answer your Chat GPT questions. I know. Rip them out. And my dog's out. You know, it's funny. It's like no pants, but I got socks on, so it's fine. What do you mean, officer? I had clothes on. Oh, he just hit a game winner. That's cool. At first, the guy told me this was good, and I was a good girl for listening. And he said they'd wanted to test that I was sensible and could be trusted. And then he started insisting that now they'd done the test, I could let him in so he could quickly grab his wallet that he'd left behind. Now I replied saying that I was very sorry, but I wasn't able to do that. This was a mistake. It caused the guy to explode with rage. It was so sudden and terrifying that I can still remember the exact sound of him suddenly punching or hitting the front door. I can remember the explosion of anger and the horrible things he yelled at me through the door, things I can't even repeat in the story, as well as calling me a brat, a bad child, a horrible little sea world, See a horrible little sea world. Straight up Donald Duck in it. I'm gumping it. Dude, chat got lies. When my sister and I was testing it out and we caught it lying, we don't use it now. Oh yeah, I think it like hallucinates a lot of bullshit. Because it'd be like, was it really? Or is Nelson Mandela, did he die in prison? Like, of course he did. Have you watched the World Series? I haven't kept up with it, but I saw Ohtani as just like killing it. So it's good to see that we have some like athletes that are just impeccable. It just makes me sad that, I don't know, it makes me sad that football is probably just as rigged as like basketball was and all that stuff with the gambling bullshit. Things I can't even repeat in the story, as well as calling me a brat, a bad child, a horrible little C word, etc. Obviously, this really upset and scared me, and my go-to response to being scared was to find the nearest closet and hide in it. Fortunately, I had a closet in my room at the Harrisons, so I ran upstairs and hid in there. Less fortunately, the location of my room meant that I could still hear the guy at the front door. He was bashing and shouting, hurling all sorts of upsetting insults at me. And this went on for what felt like hours. Maybe it even was. At one point it sounded like he was trying to pick the lock or do something to break in, and I sat there in the closet, shivering and crying as this man that I didn't know and had never seen made the most vile threats. I had no idea if or when he might get inside, and if he did, then surely it would only be a matter of time before he found me. Eventually I heard another voice besides his, and then another, and it sounded like the Harrisons. And then there was some angry screaming and some loud bangs from outside, not gunshot type of bangs, but like almost wood hitting wood or something being smashed. I started crying harder, terrified that something awful was happening to the Harrisons. And when I heard the front door eventually open, it was accompanied by a sudden silence and calm, and then it slammed shut, and relief washed over me as I heard Mrs. Harrison calling out for me, asking where I was. I stayed in the closet for a while, too scared to reply or speak, and the Harrisons both called to me. Not kindly though, but not angrily either, just sounding like it was all too annoying to deal with. And eventually Mr. Harrison found me in the closet and told me to come out, that everything was fine now. I was too terrified to even ask them anything about the incident, and for their part, they certainly weren't offering any information. Instead, Mr. Harrison seemed almost angry with me, and that scared me even more, so I didn't want to push and ask for any further information, even though secretly I was just dying to know who the man was and what had happened with him. And the next day, Mr. Harrison was gone when I woke up, and only Mrs. Harrison was at home. She made me breakfast and didn't make any comment on the night's events at all, nor did she tell me what was about to happen. When the knock at the door came, I was surprised to see it was one of my caseworkers from CPS, who was there to take me back to the group home apparently. There was no explanation given, and Mrs. Harrison wouldn't even look me in the eye when she said goodbye, and that wished me... Made me breakfast. What am I being charged with? Chandra Colorado. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You have access to bonus content. I heat up my lash curler before taking it to my eyeballs. Adds an extra layer of danger and makes your lashes stay curled for longer. What about nose hairs? Do you guys do anything with those? What's up, Mira? You got big luscious lashes? Oh yeah, they get in the way, bro. They get in the way. I just sneak up behind people sometimes and start blinking. I just sort of like tickle the nape of their neck. A succulent Chinese meal. Okay. No explanation was given, and Mrs. Harrison wouldn't even look me in the eye when she said goodbye, and that she wished me luck with the rest of my life. And I was too shy and scared to even ask why I was being returned to the group home, but as my caseworker gave me a ride back, I mentioned something about how a man had come to the Harrisons' house the night before, and she said, "I know, sweetie," and just ruffled my hair, so I knew that whatever was leading me to be removed from the Harrisons' house, it involved that man. And to this day, I have no idea who he was or how or why CPS found out about it and removed me from that family. I never saw the Harrisons again, and I could never find anything about them when I tried looking them up online years later, just out of curiosity. I spent a few more months in that group home until I was eventually fostered by a family who ultimately adopted me, and who I now consider to be my real family. Like I said at the start, most children in the care system aren't as lucky as me. Some of them end up feeling Chinese. A succulent Chinese person? What's my crime? Eating a succulent Chinese person? Remember the movie The Hills Have Thighs? No. What was it? Is it a porno? If so, write down the number. Write down the cereal box number. I don't quite understand. What is that meme though within like memeology, the I'm feeling Chinese? What is that referring to? Is it just kind of like nonsensical like the 6'7" situation, or is it? Oh yeah, it might have been the person's actual dad. Like I said at the start, most children in the foster care system aren't as lucky as me. Some of them end up face to face with a man like the one who threatened me through the door and aren't lucky enough to be removed from their terrible situation. Years later, a tiny part of me is still desperately wanting to know who that man was and what he had planned for me, but a much bigger part of me can probably guess what kind of man he was, and that part of me is grateful that I'll never have to know. Do I remember Lord of the G-Strings? Did you direct it? I once traded a little bit of thigh meat for a sick-ass band shirt I always wanted. Bartering King. Thigh meat? You had to like rip it out of yourself? They took a bite. My sister-in-law might go as 6'7" when they take the kids out for Halloween. That's actually pretty awesome. Is it just literally going to say 6'7" on the shirt? Plucking nose hair ain't that bad. I heard you're not supposed to pluck your nose hair because then it's going to basically free up bacteria to crawl into areas in your like nose pores that could potentially get to your brain or some shit or get an infection. Good morning from my side, 6:20 a.m. So sleepy, but good to have Joel and Let's Read to start the day. Heck yeah, good to see you. Peter Thiel did a talk on 6'7". It's the call of the Antichrist. I'm trying not to watch porn. I'm focusing on myself, and down the line get a girl that hasn't been ran through bike the yellow light. I mean, that's fair. Honestly, not looking to look at porn is smart. If you can sort of like desexualize your brain, I think your dopamine cycles will probably be a lot more healthy than most. What if you pluck your taint hair? Yeah, then you can be like my favorite YouTuber. Who's that guy that did the tutorial for the asshole shaping? Thanks for not using AI voice to read your stories and keeping it OG from the beginning. Absolutely, yeah, I mean, I don't know, what would I do if it was all... And AI is not even that good. There's always going to be a time in AI where it just, like, sounds just uncanny, you know what I mean? Did you know if you have a limb removed, it's totally legal for you to cook it up and eat it yourself? Yeah, didn't we cover that in a true crime more recently or something? But then I thought they, like, added a law where you're not allowed to do that anymore. Which is bullshit. Which is unconstitutional. What's up, Alice's little sister? Sally? AI on place names gets hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, my body, my choice. Let me eat myself. Let me cannibalize my long leg. Double tasking. Eating both your arms. I wonder if we're gonna have some like sick-ass robotic arms. When is that gonna come out of DARPA? And because I feel like we've seen some stuff, but I don't know. When are you gonna get like just the really big jump forward type shit? So when I was a kid, it became a tradition for a few of us cousins to stay with Grandma over summer vacation. Grandma was my mom's mom, and there were 4 of us cousins on Mom's side, although I had 6 maternal cousins in total. We'd cross over into each other's lives every summer through Grandma, and it became a summer event that I always looked forward to. Sometimes one of us would be staying at Grandma's alone, depending on the timing of things and what one family might be doing or what summer vacations they might be taking. This summer, there was a period of 5 days when I found myself staying alone with Grandma. Now, this hadn't been planned. Usually, these summer vacations with Grandma were designed for us cousins to hang out. And this one week, the plan had been for my cousins Saffron and Bryant to be here too, but due to some mistake or other to... Motherfucker. Saffron and Bryant. The hell's that shit? Modern day prosthetics aren't on the level yet unless you're a multimillionaire. Well, I wonder what even the multimillionaire people have. Like, I feel like I haven't even seen them have any cool ass, like, Dr. Octopus bullshit going on. The worst pain in the world, IUDs. Is that what, that's like what ISIS uses, right? Have you watched the videos of Amazon replacing people for robots plus AI? They're doing massive layoffs. Oh, that's crazy. I guess it doesn't surprise me because that's like the fucking... It's like the most like corporate entity of all. Like if ever there's going to be like one that's going to deliver, you know, your favorite butt plug to the moon, it's going to be Amazon probably first. Cannibalism is not illegal in the circumstances of survival as long as there was no foul play involved. As long as there was no stinky finger being eaten. Have you ever heard of powered exoskeleton? I actually have, yeah. I even saw some like simplistic ones being advertised on Instagram where it was like, if you had bad knees and couldn't really hike very well, or say you like carried some pretty big rucksacks, you could put these things like around your knees and literally you could just like hike for all day and feel like nothing or something. What's up, Chris? How goes it? I just got my IUD removed and it wasn't as painful as getting one. Zam. Don't they put it under like people's... Or maybe it's different. I thought they put it in like under your bicep or under your arm kind of thing. Prosthetics are more readily available now than ever because of the 3D printing community exists. It's looking into it, finding a leg for my friend who just lost a foot. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, maybe you can get them something that like is kind of bouncy or something and make them stronger. Who knows? Maybe you could like integrate in such a way that like it sort of overlaps with the tendons above the foot and just sort of like transfers that energy appropriately, and you just have to cover it up with like a sock up to the ankle or whatever, and then your shingles is horrible pain. Oh, yikes, yeah. I pulled one of my IUDs out in my bathroom on a whim. What the hell? Yeah, like I found my tracking device. She has the same vascular issue I do that destroyed my hips. Oh, man. a channel called Josh the Intern. He loved the bionic exoskeleton leg sponsor, but still it seemed authentic. Interesting. Well, we're getting there. This one week, the plan had been for my cousins Saffron and Bryant to be here too, but due to some mistake or other due to the hotel... What the fuck is going on? Other to do with. Boots with the fur. I love everything. What are you talking about? This one week, the plan had been for my cousins Saffron and Bryant to be here too, but due to some mistake or other to do with hotel bookings, they were arriving later. Now, I didn't mind hanging out with Grandma for a few days by myself. We always had fun there, whether there were other cousins present or not, but this does all explain why, on one night that week, I was left alone in Grandma's house while she went on her usual... Dude, I can't fucking read, dude. Holy shit. I feel like my brain is like exploding trying to like... Fuck. What's up, Charlene? Boots with the fur. Too much brain stimulation. Well, it's just like whenever there's like long ass sentences, like run on bullshit, it's like, especially the first go at it, I'm like trying to like follow where this person's brain is trying to write, because it's like they're saying like one note and then a side note and then another side note and then another side note, and it's like if it's not appropriately grammatically like divvied up, it just like fucks with my head. I don't know how to pause or stop naturally. It's like reading music, you know what I mean? I didn't mind hanging out with Grandma for a few days by myself. We always had fun there, whether there were other cousins present or not, but this does all explain why, on one night that week, I was left alone in Grandma's house while she went to her usual weekly bingo. Normally, Grandma tried to avoid leaving any of us home alone by ourselves, but this time I assured her that it would be absolutely fine. I was 12 now, practically a man, and I could just chill and watch television or play on my Nintendo DS while she went out to bingo. Now, she'd only be gone for 4 or 5 hours. What could go wrong in that time? A lot, it turns out, and the events that played out were enough to shatter my trust in other people for years to come. Grandma had been gone for about half an hour at that point, and I was playing video games, so it felt like 5 minutes. Grandma walked into town for bingo, as she'd given us driving a few years. Motherfucker. Nintendo DS, you say? This is Halloween. Don't know much about group homes, but have purposely put myself in one due to needing to change or something quite new. Got rather tired of my parents moving to a new town too many times. Is this the past, or is this happening right now? Love from Trinidad, listening every day. Thank you, Nazim. Appreciate you. I have a dopest gentleman cowboy costume this year. I got a fancy vest with matching bow tie and pocket square and a prop dress cane. That's awesome. Yeah, there should be some pretty good outfits this Friday. I'm excited. All I know about Groups Homes is the 90s NYC rap group that was a side project of the famous DJ Premier. Not the best lyricist, but the beats are fire. That's awesome. You should share some of those beats. We can listen. Trinidad, I love ya. We do it for the Shastas. I got an old-fashioned deck of cards without numbers. Nice. Grandma walked into town for the bingo, as she'd given up driving a few years before. So when the doorbell rang, I didn't think anything of answering it, assuming Grandma had forgotten her keys because I wasn't really aware that any time had passed since she left. And when I pulled open the door with a smile ready for Grandma and saw that the young woman... Oh my gosh. And when I pulled open the door with a smile ready for Grandma, and I saw the young woman on the doorstep, I suddenly remembered that I wasn't supposed to answer the door to strangers when I was home alone. If only I'd thought about that before pulling the door open enthusiastically. But I had done so, and the young woman on the doorstep immediately stepped into the house and gave me a small hug and then closed the door behind her. And I was kind of like, "Hey, who are you?" A bit taken aback and shocked by this cool-looking girl hugging me and pushing her way into Grandma's house, all familiar and friendly. And the girl acted sort of mock-upset and told me that she was horrified that I didn't remember her. She was Alice, my cousin, Uncle Jim's daughter, Martin's sister. And it suddenly clicked. Martin was the other cousin who'd often stay at Grandma's house, and there was me, and then Saffron and Bryant, who were Aunt Yvette's kids, and Martin, who was Uncle Jim's son. But Martin had 2 older siblings too, who were too old to come stay at Grandma's with us. One of them, Fred, was quite a bit older and had a kid himself, and we saw him at family events, but I'd completely forgotten about Alice. I couldn't remember the last time that I'd seen my cousin Alice, but now I could definitely tell it was her. She'd gotten taller and older and more emo-looking in the few years since I'd seen her last, and I tried to remember how old she had to have been now, 18 or 19 maybe. Alice walked into Grandma's living room and dumped a full-looking... What's the latest on UFOs? I don't know. I saw some dude on Instagram, he had thermo goggles, right? And he could you could see pretty much completely the night sky and stuff, and you could see planes going above just like it was daytime, but then he could also see these sort of orbs that would change position. So it wasn't following an orbit the way that you would imagine a satellite to be moving. It was these things could move in the night and stuff, and it was just easier to see them with thermo goggles or something. And I was like, shit, man, that looks kind of legit. I got a good clip of an old ass UFO stories from my past I could submit if you want to do a full episode. Yeah, maybe. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Thermal goggles. Whatever happened with the Jersey drones? I don't think we ever got answers, honestly. I think it was whether or not, to me it seemed like it was one of those sort of Pentagon operations that was, next level that we're never going to know about, but it was a wide scale type thing that it needed to be done, if that makes sense. Both on whether or not they were testing stuff or trying to save the nation from something, I have no idea. Some people thought that they were looking for nuclear waste, right? And these sort of anti-gravity things that could return to their mother docking could just go out there, look for what they're looking for, and then return after a long period of time with next to no fuel. But then other people were saying that it was Chinese technology, almost as a show of force to say at any moment, we have these things surrounding your entire nation and we could, deploy them and you couldn't do anything about it. Other people say that it's, maybe it's surveillance drones, but they just wanted to test how people would react to it or some shit. Just wanted to say that I love you. I fall asleep to you every single night. I've been for many years. It's to the point that I literally can't sleep unless I put one in reviews. Have a good night. Thank you, Ashley. Good to see you. Thank you so much for listening. Who knows what it was? Nobody in the Gen Pop. Yeah, for sure. None of us, I guess, will ever know. It's just weird. It's weird to think that, no matter what happens, you're just never going to know. As much as you want to sit there and think that, your congressman or the people you vote for in the Senate or the person you think that you put into the White House is going to have some degree of say over what occurs, I just don't think you would fully understand how much is happening in the background to mitigate anything that deviates from the same people that probably ran those, the same hierarchy of control that ran those balloons or whatever, and that you don't ever, and they compartmentalize that information to the extent that you'll never know what they were, are probably the same ones that run things in the background to make your check engine light turn on, right? But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's just so much shit that we don't know, and the only way to have like continuity of government most of the time is to sort of create this like illusion that that you're involved in it or something, you know? I don't know. It might have been Teletubbies. Terrorist Teletubbies. Not all alien sightings are in USA, so... Says who? Says fwickin' who? I don't think I said that, did I? Unless you were talking to somebody else. Do you believe in ghosts, mermaids, and aliens? I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. I feel like I'm much more inclined to believe in, like, ghosts, right? Or some sort of weird phenomenon in that sense, spiritually. I feel like there's some type of crossover with, like, aliens as well, as far as being interdimensional. But maybe they, like, travel through dimensions so they can travel long distances way faster, if that makes sense. Like, if you were some type of, like, higher technologically advanced individual, I mean, people have said, like, maybe the Greys are, like, humans from the future that travel through time or whatever. But I guess they also talk about, like, going through wormholes. Maybe these aliens go through wormholes to, like, get to a wormhole that's, like, outside of our solar system, and then they travel really fast to get to Earth or something. Or maybe they pops them open behind the moon. Or who knows? Chandra, thank you for the 2. Aliens are from the underground. UFOs are man-made technology the Nazis found in Antarctica. Yeah, but are the aliens, do they also continue to construct UFOs, or were they just, like, here from the past and they're like drones or something that the Nazis or whatever took over? Or what are you talking about? We're mostly just consumers in a corporatocracy. I mean, that's true. I mean, if you really, like, think about it, like, how many times have you got on your social media, right? Your Twitters, your YouTubes, your Facebooks, your Twitches, all that shit, right? And just thought to yourself that you have any actual knowledge of what the fuck's going on. I don't think you do. I think you're just, like, permitted to a certain degree of, like, allowed narrative, you know what I mean? Like a certain degree of just, like, controlled direction or chaos, and then beyond that, it's like you just kind of consume your bullshit, you drink your drinks, you, like, spending, who knows, maybe, like, since the economy is just kind of fake, mainly most of the time it's just, like, people above us, like, playing a game to, like, make sure that we don't, like, we eat our stuff and don't revolt, and then you know, try not to make sure, or, like, make sure that we don't procreate that much, and that's pretty much it. You're just kind of, like, managing animals in a zoo. Chandra, or did I thank you for the 2? Thank you for, was that another 2? Yeah, it was another 2. Thank you, Chandra. I'd be twitching all the time. Useful idiots, useless eaters. I mean, that's what when I really sit there and I look in the mirror at what I am, like, let's be honest with ourselves. When you sit in the mirror and you look at yourself, do you consider yourself some type of, like, higher being at all? Outside of, like, your spiritual self? Like, do you really genuinely think that anything you've done in your life is anything more than just, like, eating a fuck ton of food and taking a shit? Like, all of my opinions, all of your opinions, everything you think and scream into the ether of the internet world, it's essentially completely meaningless, right? I mean, like, think about the most powerful people that exist right now. Individuals within positions of the president, individuals that exist, like the people that they create the coups for down in South America and then they replace it with somebody else. Those people are just, like, permitted to be powerful for a period of time. And then as soon as they get out of line, they get replaced, whether it's like Gaddafi or whoever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, so it's weird just for us to sit here at the lowest rung of anything and think that our narratives that we've drummed up in our head are somehow, like, part of some greater good. And I've arrived at the position where I might as well not even participate in it really at all, or feel any emotional connection to it external from, like, just the individual moments that, like, a primitive human being probably felt, which is, like, I don't know, the joy of petting a cat, or the sun on my skin or something while I go on a walk, or like sucking down a fucking hot pumpkin spice latte with 4 globs of fucking high fructose corn syrup. It's just so good. You just thought of some BS, you want you to say it? Yeah, I want you to say everything that comes into your head. Alice walked into Grandma's living room and dumped a full-looking... Alice walked into Grandma's living room and dumped a full-looking duffel bag on the couch, and she began looking around as if almost looking for Grandma, and I explained that Grandma was out at bingo and wouldn't be back until later. Alice acted all bummed out and that she'd missed Grandma, but said that she was going to be staying overnight, so it was fine, and she'd catch Grandma when she got back. And there was absolutely nothing that made me feel like I shouldn't trust Alice. Heck, there were even photographs on the wall of her in the living room. Even if she looked a bit different in ways that I couldn't quite put my finger on, this was definitely my cousin Alice. She started asking me about Mom and how we were doing, and the heaviness shouldn't be ignored. It's just as important as to what helps us carry on. What's the heaviness? There's a new movie. It's called The Heaviness. It's about an entire film devoted to a 600-pound life. The heaviness of existence. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not saying to ignore it necessarily. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. There's so many people you see and they on the internet, and maybe it's just them, but they get so angry to the extent that they believe that their anger is going to change anything. But they don't seem to, like, push that energy towards their individual self. It's like they're so focused on the world around them, for some reason they think they can just, like, manifest yelling or frustrations via a keyboard into, like, transforming Earth into some type of Eden, you know what I mean? But it's like, I feel like all you can really do is create an Eden within inside yourself at best, really. Toronto. Okay. She started asking me about Mom and how we were doing, and it confused me a bit because she didn't seem to know that Mom and Dad had gotten divorced a couple of years ago. But then she made such a big show of apologizing about it and acting like she felt bad for forgetting. No reason why she should remember anyway. I'd barely even remembered who she was. And after about an hour or so of hanging out with Alice, she asked me if I remembered when we used to play hide and seek in Grandma's house when I was a little kid. I did vaguely remember, and Granddad had been alive back then, and Grandma's big house seemed even bigger when I was a little kid. Now, I was worried that Alice was going to ask me to play hide and seek with her again, which seemed distinctly uncool as a 12-year-old. And instead, she asked if I remembered the time that she hid in the basement and none of us could find her for hours. I said I didn't remember this because I honestly didn't. And Alice told me that back in those days, all of us kids had been terrified of the basement except for her, and she was the only one brave enough to go down there and hide. I laughed and said that Grandma's basement didn't scare me at all anymore now, and I didn't remember being scared of it as a kid. Alice laughed and said that I'd been so scared of the basement that I'd cried when the door was left open. I didn't remember this at all, and I just laughed it off. And then Alice said that she dared me to go down there. I think I just shrugged and just asked why or something, and she really played it up about how scared of the basement all of us cousins used to be. And then she dared me $10 to go down into the basement to prove that I wasn't scared of it anymore. Now please remember at this point, no matter how much of an obviously suspicious red flag this seems, A, I was 12 years old, and B, I had no reason to distrust my slightly older cousin, even if she had shown up. Chat's got nice vibes. Yeah, everybody in here is pretty nice and vibey. And they all talk to each other, which is good. I see a lot of like chats and everyone's just sort of like disconnected. Maybe it's because it's like a video game. They're like really focused on the video game, and I guess this is more of a just chatting. I don't really watch any sort of just chatting streams, if I ever do watch a stream. Are they interesting? Is there anybody on just chatting that's like interesting within that realm? I guess it would just end up being like a live podcast or something. Isn't the just chatting stream the biggest streamer? I think it is. I think, yeah, like if they get their titties out especially. Oh, that's true, yeah, all the VTubers. All the VTubers are like some of the biggest in the entire world, which is interesting. Like, do I need to get a VTuber setup going? Quirks of mind, shadow working at the moment, so V confronting when one realizes how others perform and wear masks, including the writer. You and Joel, what is it? You, Joel, are the best. Cheers. Wait, what are you saying? Quirks of mind, shadow working at the moment, so very comforting when one realizes how others perform and wear masks, including the writer. I'm confused. Sorry. But thank you. The Y-Files does a good after premiere live stream and everyone says, oh yeah, dude, that Y-Files community is awesome. Ever given thought to what your VTuber would be? Oh man, it would have to be some type of just like disgusting slug beast. Can I increase the character limit for chat? I don't think I can. I think it's like pretty much the length of like a typical tweet. Beyond that, I don't think you can really type a whole lot. I mean, you can type a decent amount, but you can't type like a whole story or anything like that. Your VTuber avatar should be a South Park Canadian. That would be... Oh, see, that would actually might not be too hard to animate. Just make it look like my guy, but his skeleton head just bouncing up and down. You can't get past the damn goldfish bit. Dude, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to Hecklefish, and I'm not joking when I say I literally just ordered a Hecklefish plushie today. I like Hecklefish. I think Hecklefish is funny. I think he generates a certain degree of levity to the scenario where it's like you can kind of just say whatever weird joke you think in your head, but you're doing it through an animated character, right? And, you know... I can see why people might be annoyed with it, but I'm not. I don't know. It just works on me because I'm a fucking little nerd baby. Have I eaten reckless fish? Oh God, I haven't. Oh God. Hey human. Hey human. He just does. It's just funny too. Hecklefisch's voice. Just sounds like somebody from, like some little guy from New York. They have a lot of plushies. Not really. The only other one I have is, what the hell's his name? I'm looking right at him. Salad Fingers. I have a rusty spoons. Rusty, disgusting spoons. And then I have the only Funko Pop I have is a Nibbler, and I got it because it was on sale for like $1. And I just thought, of all the Funko Pops that I would want, Nibbler is just such a good character. There's something about characters that just don't say anything, they just cause like physical havoc places, like the Hulk in his like Hulk form. Nibbler is good. I don't know if you can think of any other ones, but they're just like simple, you know? They have their interests. Chandra, thank you for another 2. Do I stream in my bedroom? No, I'm down in my basement. My gamer lounge. Joe, did you know Boards of Canada was the background music in Salad Fingers? I did know that, yeah, actually. Because what the hell was the one song? It's like the balloon song. What song was that? Salad Fingers, Boards of Canada. I can't even spell. Beware the Friendly Stranger, that's right, yeah. From the Gio Gotti album. It's good shit. Funny thing about Boards of Canada is I'm paying I don't know, I just like music, but I need to figure out how to make it myself, honestly. But I'm actually paying Enect right now. He's like such a talented musical artist, but it seems like he doesn't really necessarily have interests in making like music the conventional way that people do, where they make it and it becomes their identity per se. He can just like take any genre possible and just make it. He can just make like a banger like, he's like, oh, you want that? Yeah, sure, I'll make that. Like, but he only does it specifically to like make money through like commissions and which makes sense, but it's just funny. It's like, I don't know if like he's disconnected from the satisfactory nature of like making the music, though I know he does enjoy it and is very creative. It's just funny to me that, I don't know, that like when I'm like, can you just make an album that sounds like Boards of Canada, but it's like yours, I'll pay you to do it. And he's like, yeah, I'll do that. No big deal. Does the Wi-Fi's get tagged if we type about them? No, I think somebody from their stream, like, or their Discord or something like that, just like listens and look at this. Look what he said. Oh, God. No, I'm just kidding. My stream's not even that big, so. But I did somehow manage to get into his something or others. Why Salad Fingers plushie? I like Salad Fingers. I like David, what's his name? David Firth, I think was the animator's name. It was just like classic Newgrounds shit back in I think it was Newgrounds, right? Chandra, thank you for another 2. David Goggins, yeah, he's the animator of Salad Fingers. Increase my water intake. Good point. Okay, decreasing too. I'm gonna throw up. Have you seen Soilsbury Toast Boy? Soilsbury Toast Boy? Yeah, I have seen I don't know why. I love the one that's called like ointment or something. Isn't it called like ointment or goop? A goop. It's like something that just like fixes everything, but eventually it creates like psychotic like monster cancers. How was my ayahuasca ceremony? I kind of want to go to one. I was thinking, I made that suggestion to my friend the other day. Like, he just finalized his divorce from his ex-wife, and they got divorced because she randomly just became like a fucking raging alcoholic, and she became really violent and crazy and like lie all the time and just all sorts of psycho shit. And I thought to myself, I was like, she's sober now, but I'm like, it still seems like she's just, the reason she got that way is because she was just like baseline really, really, really unhappy about probably shit that happened in her childhood and like weird parents or something. But like, I was thinking like, maybe that poor girl just needs to take some fucking ayahuasca or something. You know what I mean? Like some sort of psychological breakthrough that opens your brain to a spiritual realm that you'd never seen before. But at the same time, like, I've never done that, so who knows? Maybe it could like actually cause psychosis or some shit, which would not be probably fantastic. Is that the 3D animated one that has magic lotion that fixes everything? It is. That's the one. I forget what it's called. Like ointment or goop or salve. I forget. It's like very British. Now, please remember at this point, no matter how much of an obviously suspicious red flag this seems, A, I was 12 years old, and B, I had no reason to distrust my slightly older cousin, even if she had shown up unexpectedly at Grandma's house. All I had were good, somewhat hazy memories of hanging out with Alice when we were younger, and I had no reason to read anything deeper into it. I thought my cousin was just being goofy and I'd forgotten the lore of the basement. I also really wanted $10, and Grandma's basement wasn't even slightly spooky. It was just a normal food storage basement, and going down there was an easy $10. I only realized how badly I'd screwed up when I got to the bottom and the door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the sound of a key clunking in the lock. I still thought Alice was pranking me, even when more and more time passed and I was trapped down there with no way out. I didn't entertain the idea that anything too bad was going on, though. When hour 2 crept up, though, and then hour 3 and hour 4, I knew something was very wrong. I was busting for a pee and my throat was hoarse from screaming for help and calling for Alice or Grandma or anyone, and I would never admit this at the time, but now in adulthood I'm fine with admitting that I cried so much at that point that I had a headache and spent the entire time that I was trapped in the basement begging and pleading with Alice to let me out. It felt like I'd been down there for 100 years when I eventually heard the sound of the door being unlocked and Grandma's voice calling down to me. She sounded old, frail, and panicked. I rushed up the basement stairs and hugged Grandma and collapsed sobbing onto the living room couch. Grandpa came back from the dead and killed Alice. Jenna Marbles? Is Jenna Marbles back? Remember when Jenna Marbles quit the internet because everyone... What did she do again? Let's see. Why? I should just ask why. Suave! Thank you and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. See, I remember, I vaguely remember Jenna Marbles quitting the internet because she'd, said something that Twitter didn't like, right? She canceled herself. But if you really think about it, think back to all the people that have been canceled on, the internet and all that kind of stuff. Do you even remember why? Do you even care? So it's just, strange to think that she would cancel herself just to, miss out on all that, money. Maybe she just had enough. Maybe she wanted to go raise her family in peace and not risk, getting doxxed and shot or something by some psycho on the internet. But let's see, why did Jenna Marbles quit her job at Dunkin' Donuts? On June 25th, 2020, Jenna posted a video titled "A Message" in which she... Don't you love, the apology videos always have, they're always, the title of, an album or something. A message. And then they sit there and give, some, ISIS hostage fucking statement. Hello. I have been kidnapped by the cartel. If you would ever like to see me alive again, send 15,000 pesos in unmarked coins directly to Jose Huevo's house. She admitted to making offensive content earlier in her career and announced that she would be stepping away from her YouTube channel for now or forever. She specifically referenced a 2001 video in which she impersonated Nicki Minaj while wearing dark makeup, which had been called blackface. Jenna said, "I do just want to tell you that it was not my intention to do blackface. But it doesn't matter, because what matters is that people were offended and it hurt them. I'm so unbelievably sorry." No rugrats. I don't even want to read the rest of it. Who fucking gives a shit, man? I did something in 2011 and then the terms of services changed. Because of this. Even though I probably still find it funny now, there's psychos who might not, so... Will you get notified if I use your stories? Yeah, well, actually, I'm not really sure, actually, when they're going through it. They might say something. I think sometimes they just take it and edit it or whatever. Pop culture is cringe. It is pretty cringe, don't you think? Why do we care? Why are there, rules? Why are there, any rules? Who made up all the rules? Guys, there's no more rules to shirt brothers and sisters. I'm making a new rule. There are no rules. Rule 1 of Fight Club. Have a good time. I rushed up the basement stair. Wait, she sounded old. She sounded old, frail, and panicked. I rushed up the basement stairs and hugged Grandma and collapsed sobbing onto the living room couch. Grandma asked what had happened and eventually snorted out the explanation that Cousin Alice had come over, or I snorted. I saw an Onion headline that said, Orlando Bloom spotted at dinner with Angela Merkel. That's funny. But isn't that just like a strange testament to like, I mean, who knows? She probably quit the internet for unrelated reasons. Who knows? Maybe she was like, maybe she was a month out before like the FBI was going to be kicking down her door for something unrelated and she didn't want anybody to know or something. But at the same time, isn't that just like a strange statement that you're so captured by, you know, the ever-changing emotions and purity tests of like your audience, that something you did well over a decade ago at that point is that really, I mean, like what's the end? Like you're going to get some mean messages or someone? You know what I mean? Like I don't know what her fear was. Like was she going to lose a sponsor? Well, fuck that sponsor. They'll be back tomorrow whenever you're still popular and nobody gives a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, and like why do like some, like why is there certain people within like the drama realm that are always held to these like abstract, strange standards and always have a spotlight on them, but then there's other like content creators that just do the most insane shit all the time and just, you know, it's like no one gives a shit. So I'm just like, there is no reality. There's no meaning on the internet at all. I'm not beefing with anybody. I just, it's all just very abstract and pointless because the culture of 2020 is like completely different than the culture of 2025. People just don't have the energy anymore to be like mad all the time. And if they do, they're probably dead soon. From a heart attack or a fucking aneurysm or some other abstract end. Yeah, and she's pretty too. Everything bad that she does doesn't count when you're good looking. I don't think the constant criticism was worth putting your mental health at risk. She made enough money to enjoy her life and live at peace. Well, that's fair too. But I guess can't you eventually become like desensitized to the criticism to where you just like don't care? But I guess if maybe she was pregnant or something, she didn't want some like psycho getting into her baby's life or whatever, which would be terrible. Suave, thank you for the 10. Thanks. You're welcome, friend. Thank you. Thank you so much. You underestimate the amount of unemployed people. I guess that's true too. It goes pretty far. Do I have pretty privilege? I do have pretty privilege. A lot of my pretty privilege involves me sneaking into the Pentagon. No one cares about toilet paper anymore. I cared about toilet paper when I couldn't find any in the bathroom earlier. Found some. Dude, just use your hand like a normal person that lives in a cave. I'm only familiar with Mr. Beast as far as Joel I'm talked about. Mr. Breast. He's allowed to beat the snot out of me in broad day. The people even cheer. That's his pretty privilege. That is true, honestly. Like, you can be so good looking that you can get away with beating people with like sticks and rocks. And it's great. It's so good. Thank God for that. Grandma asked me what had happened, and eventually I just snorted out the explanation that Cousin Alice had come over. I'd let her in, and she'd locked me in the basement. Grandma's hand flew over her mouth, and she just kept asking me over and over if I was definitely sure it was Alice, as in our cousin Alice, Uncle Jim's daughter. I said yes. I was pretty sure that's who she said she was, But why had she locked me in the basement, though? Now, at first, Grandma didn't know, but then she went to check something, and when she came back, I could see that she was white and shaking. To this day, I still don't know exactly what Alice stole from Grandma. She took that secret to her grave, and it led to some very heated exchanges between the families because presumably whatever it was... took her rose toy. Her soul. Same thing. It's like the Horcrux, except it's your pieces of your soul and a bunch of butt plugs. The skinny jean is the only one that really matters. There's a skinny jean? What the fuck? Where'd you get that one? Do you guys think Joel can sing? Dude, let me tell you right now, Joel cannot sing, sadly. Joel would like to learn, but Joel never will, because he likes to say he wants to do things and never do it. Do I think lobsters are overrated? I mean, they're definitely bugs. When I go to Red Lobster, I'm not getting fucking sea bug. Well, I do like butter, though. Why you always lying? You always lying. Why you always lying? See? It just doesn't work the same. Just wanted to say the best voice I've come across for storytelling on YouTube. Others are so annoying and hard to fall asleep to. Thank you, Noel. Appreciate you. They are so annoying, aren't they? Fuck them. Guys, I need you guys to block all the other scary story readers and only listen to me. Okay? Can you do that, please? Can you just don't talk to them? They're not your friends. I'm the only one that has your best interests in mind for sleepy time. She took that secret to her grave, and it led to some very heated exchanges between the families because presumably whatever it was held some significant value and would have been an important part of the inheritance when Grandma passed. I managed to piece together some of the story over the years, though. Alice had been estranged from Uncle Jim and Aunt Leslie since she was 15 or 16. She'd fallen in with a bad crowd and developed some extremely bad habits, and, well, you can probably guess the rest. Grandma and the other adults hid it from us that our cousin Alice had become wayward, and this meant that I wasn't prepared when she showed up at Grandma's house that night. The theory is that she had been watching the place and knew that I was alone there and that she'd be able to get in by just gaining my trust. The funny thing is, I'm very grateful that she locked me in the basement. The reason is because of an item that Alice left behind in Grandma's living room. I only heard about this from cousin Martin, Alice's brother, many years later, as apparently Grandma had never been able to explain why Alice had left a hammer on the cabinet, which she must have brought with her. Martin had this theory when he told me about this some years later, though. He thinks that Alice was going to crack me in the head with that hammer if her plan had failed, and she hadn't been able to get into that... Hammer to the head. Pocket hammer, yeah. Why you always lying? I'm dying the other day because the end of your video said if you lose your AirPods, start digging in your butt. That's funny. The reason they were up there is because sometimes your asshole wants to listen to music too, feel the vibration. Can I tell you a secret? What kind of secret? What color are my tootsies? Is it pink? Everybody always asks, is it pink? It's like, come on. You know it's not. Martin had his theory that when he told me about... Motherfucker. Are you changing your background next stream, Joel? Oh, yes, I probably will. Is it... No, wait. I think we maintain this one till about... after Thanksgiving? Or no? Or maybe I'd switch it to like the one where it's like raining or some shit. I might have to change it. Well, I'll leave it hang for a bit. I did ask Robin to start working on a new like pre-stream one. I think we need something. Was it like to have pretty voice privilege? I don't know. Just make people horny, I guess. Martin had his theory when he told me about this some years later, though. He thinks that Alice was going to crack me in the head with that hammer if her plan had failed, and she hadn't been able to get me into the basement. I have no idea if this is true, and none of the family have ever heard from Alice again. And as far as I know, she's still out there, living off of whatever she stole from Grandma all those years ago. And Grandma passed away a few years ago now, and for the later part of her life, Alice became a sort of dirty family secret that nobody directed. Motherfucker. Can you do an American Thanksgiving table for your next background? Yeah, I guess we could ask Robin to do one for November. It'd be kind of sick to have one for every month. Every freaking little month. Did you hear boyfriend roleplay? Excuse me. I thought about it. But it would be so hard to take it seriously. Like, you know for a fact I would start falling into like, why are you texting him? I know he's your dad, but that's bullshit. I should be the only one you're texting. Your dad can wait. You can see him at Christmas. I told you you could see him at Christmas. Yes, I do get to open your presents though, right? Grandma passed away a few years ago now, and for the last part of her life, Alice became a sort of family secret that nobody directly referenced. Kind of a sad way for a person's life to play out when you think about it. For me, it also represents the end of childhood and the end of summer vacation at Grandma's. But at least all I had to endure was a few hours locked in a brightly lit basement and not a hammer to my skull. Guys, I just feel like if you're dating someone, I mean, what do you guys think? If you're dating someone, even if it's their dad or brother, like, that's kind of like cheating, right? To set the scene, I'm a female, and this happened when I was in my late teens. It was around 2008 when this happened. I was still in high school, and my parents attended some kind of charity event. This meant that they were both out together that night. Then the night passed without any major incidents to start with, but then after an hour or so of being home alone, I started to receive the calls. Caller ID said that they were coming from some blocked number, of course, and I'm not really sure why I even... Caller ID dizzle. It's coming from in the house. Yeah, they can't use money because it's got pictures of hot bros on it. Tens pads are excellent. I usually tell people to get them tenor pads. It was a few months ago before I realized what I was saying. UK. Oh, okay. Tenor pads. I actually do have a tens unit here that my friend would... I just never really felt like I knew if it was doing anything. You're on the forklift? Hell yeah, dude. That'd be funny if you'd ever see those like forklift dangers things where like people were in like the break room just having like a snack by their microwave, and then all of a sudden the forklift just like busts through the drywall and like impales them. It's just like, I want to watch like a 2-hour compilation of just like those kills. Those were fucking brutal, I'll be honest with you. They may have been worse than like live leak videos. I'm fart lift certified. You watch the other Phase members I miss when they were in New York House. The Phase members. What is Phase? Is like gaming, right? But then what? It like shows them Phase. It like shows them like living in a house together, like IRL streamers or something. Why would you answer a block number? Yeah, but I think it's like caller IDs. So like back in the day, whenever there were like landlines, way in the yonder your years of 2008, when you would see a block number, it could be, I don't know, it could be anyone. Like it sometimes like wasn't a telemarketer. It was just like some person you might know that used like *67 or some stupid shit. My buddy just got out of a decade of deep freezer forklift duty in favor of beer truck delivery. He should have bought stock in those hand warmers, though he bought so many. I know, right? And Femboy Beep Bop 94, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do I like chikorina soup? I want some. I don't remember it. Do I remember Course Husband? I do. I remember Course. Is he doing okay? What's he doing? Is he gonna make a song? Hello? We need a freaking EP. An EP named DP. Should you buy probiotics? You know, maybe. You could just like start drinking some fucking yogurt or some shit. Just buy some Brogurt, yeah. Anyways, caller ID, okay. Caller ID said that they were coming from a blocked number, of course, and I'm really not sure why I even answered. God, I cannot blend. Caller ID said they were coming from a blocked number. Of course. I can't tell what how the of course is supposed to sound here. Corpse got he got his face. Yeah, that's old news, no worries. I mean, we don't even know if that's him, honestly, because he didn't confirm. It might not be. I mean, the poor guy just wants some privacy, and I think I think everybody deserves a little bit of privacy. It's just too famous, you know what I mean? People blow up way too fast. Caller ID said that they were coming from a blocked number, of course, and I'm not really sure why I even answered the first one because of this. I should have just ignored it, but I guess I was kind of just curious, or maybe I didn't notice the lack of caller ID because I picked up all very cheery and said, "Hello, this is," and I said my parents' residence. "How can I help you?" Something like that. And I forget the exact order of the calls because they all stand out in my memory as sort of terrifying. I don't know why I always add like these little ad-libs into the reading, and it's so stupid. It just fucks things up. It's illegal for you to ask me that. He has fibromyalgia. That's no joke. It's a health disaster. Oh, I didn't know he had fibromyalgia. That's tough. Enjoy listening to the Lights Out podcast and Creepcast enjoy creepy stuff. Nice, thank you. Is Creepcast, like, is theirs just like all comedy related? Like they talk about horror stuff, but it's all comedy? I forget the exact order of the calls because they all stand out in my memory as terrifying, but the first few calls involved the caller who had a deep and robotic-sounding voice, describing what I was wearing, and then what I was doing in the downstairs living room and in the kitchen. It sounds like a real Scream-style movie thing, but there was something a lot more mundane and seedy about it when it was happening. Motherfucker, man, I can't follow. Who's playing Luigi Mansion from GC tonight on Switch 2? GC? What's GC? GameCube on Switch 2. Did it get re-released or some shit and like upgraded? Also, is there going to be another Luigi's Mansion on Switch 2? I hope so. That was the only game. Honestly, I'll be honest. Luigi's Mansion to me sometimes feels like the only game that actually feels like, you know, proper Nintendo next generation type shit. Like, obviously you have the Mario parties and the normal Mario games. But I don't know, there's something very special to me about Luigi's Mansion, even though I never have played any of them. But I like looking at them. Joel, they're still listening. Who, Nintendo? They're gonna break my kneecaps backwards with a karate kick. Hi-ya! A Luigi Mangione's Mansion. The SCP game was ahead of its time. Which one was that? How many is too many rice cakes? Ew, like those light ones? I always hated those as a kid. Even when you put like peanut butter on it, it's just yucky. For a retro gamer stream, should I get a PS2 or a GameCube? Well, I'll be honest with you. GameCube obviously had some pretty cool classics on there, but the PS2 just has so many games. So many games. Like, you just, like, obviously GameCube has its Nintendo classics, but I don't know, I feel like there's just like thousands on the PS2. They need more games for the Switch. Dude, I know, man. As like any other games other than Mario Kart and fucking like Donkey Kong come out on Switch 2, I heard that like the new Pokemon ZA was kind of like dog shit, which I'm not surprised. How the fuck do you fuck up Pokemon? Like, how do you not have like... Okay, when you play Toad's Revenge on fucking the Switch, or whatever it was on one of the more... You remember that game where it's like you rotate through like a 3-dimensional cube? It's almost like a puzzle game. It's like Toad's whatever. It's like that. It's the newer Mario ones. It just... They look good. Now, I guess it is what? It's Game Freak, right? But what the fuck is going on at Game Freak that they can't take their like $1 billion from Pokemon and put it into like actual, I don't know, a talented studio that can take shit to the next level? It just, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like every time I'm looking at a fucking new Pokemon game, it looks like goddamn Roblox. Wokeism. I thought Japan doesn't even have that, do they? I don't know. It's been out. Every single new Switch game that I want also comes out on the Switch that I already have. Right, yeah, it's just whatever. Give Metroid Prime 4 a chance. Yeah, that's, I mean... But it's like I don't know, you need like 100 more. What's up, Gabby? How we doing? They do have it, but it's not quite like the West. What do you mean? Like, what would be the definition? Yeah, and I feel like with Asian games, you can't really blame woke, but unless you can define it. Because I feel like they're still operating on the same sort of merit-based system over there. Do I know Swamp Dweller? I do, yeah. He comes in the stream once in a while. I haven't seen him in a bit, though. I hope he's doing good. They're acquiescing to the demands of the Western audience. What is the demands, though, I feel like? Because when I look at Pokemon, I don't really think, like, woke, right? I just think, like, incompetent, which I know is, like, kind of hand-in-hand with woke sometimes. But at the same time, when I look at my frustrations with Pokemon, it's more just like, it doesn't run well. It's not really inspired that much. It's just kind of like a really bare bones fucking experience, which is kind of what Pokemon is at baseline, but it's like, well, then just stick to like, imagine that. Imagine the Switch 2 with really good sprite graphics, 2D sprite graphics. Like, you could have just did that and been fucking fine. Woke is in. Woke is hot. People who think woke is a thing couldn't get through college. Well, I mean, it just depends on what your definition of the woke is. Because if it's like a unified, I don't know, dumbed down interpretation of the world that lends towards primarily like the narrative of the game, that tends to be what I consider it. Where it's like, it's just people can't, like, it's just not very, it doesn't really view the world from a complex narrative. It views the world from very, like, simplistic, like, identity politics means, and it's just, like, very, very boring, And if people only view the world from those really limited means, then they're probably not very talented at too many other things, because they can't really contemplate things, I guess, abstractly. Japan's incompetence comes from seniority-based management. They don't operate based on merit. Oh, okay. Well, that would make sense too. If it's sort of like they just won't get out of the way. No, I'm not saying any of the political, I'm not saying any of the political spectrum-based viewpoints of reality are going to give you a wholehearted view of how to interpret Earth, right? No, I'm not saying just because I make fun of woke doesn't mean that I'm on board with MAGA. I'm saying that it's unfortunate that we've been divided down the center through these perspectives, because so many people get pulled up into these concepts of identity politics that they end up limiting their viewpoint of reality because of that. And I think it starts to manifest in people's work, where it doesn't really demand a greater expectation or viewpoint of reality. It just ends up culminating in a very limited Twitter-esque, terminally online perception, if that makes sense. Japan's declining birth rates are attributed from the current system. Are attributed from the current system. What are you saying? I don't quite know what you mean. I mean, woke initially meant awake, aware, but then it became a parody of itself to kind of make fun of the more limited viewpoints of the hyper left-leaning political concepts, where it was you're only able to perceive things within a specific adherence, in the same way one would criticize the opposing right's cult-like perspective. I would say the left has just as much of a cult perspective as well, and hence why you have to escape that system. You have to understand that you are an individual point in reality that can interpret reality not from some very limited Overton window, you know what I mean? We put our sweet 15-and-a-half-year dog down today. My heart is broken. She's my thumb. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. The amount of people that assume you're far right when I'm central left is pretty ridiculous. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what the cult mentality does, is whenever you don't adhere to the purity tests of what's expected from you, you end up getting categorized as their enemy. It's the constant, if you're not for us, you're against us perspective. But that's the most dangerous line of thinking you could ever have, really. Because it just ends up festering a hive mind, you know what I mean? And you guys don't want to be a part of a hive mind. A hive mind doesn't create anything beautiful or unique or interesting. A hive mind is afraid of itself, you know what I mean? Because other parts of the hive mind will consume it if it it's almost like a weird autoimmune disease, you know what I mean? Where it starts to eat itself if it recognizes anything deviating from its ability to survive or something. Do you like Thanksgiving or Halloween more? I like Thanksgiving more, probably, just because you can eat food and chill with people. Halloween's fine. I mean, I like dressing up and shit, but it's kind of like a dirty holiday where it's you drink, you party, and you fucking, eat candy or whatever, and it's just kind of, you feel gross afterwards. You falsely equate politics as an equal 50-50 tug of war, but it's not that simple. I don't think I did that, though. I literally just got done saying that. I don't think I did that, did I? That's certainly not what I was going for. Strauss Outdoors with the 20 says, what if we all got along? I agree. I think we should get along, but it started because someone said Pokemon was woke, but I was trying to say that I don't think Pokemon is woke. I think it's just not. I just think it's dog shit. Consider myself socially libertarian, but I don't know if there's even any meaning at this point. Fucking none of it really means anything. If you really think about it, your political opinions they don't have any relevance other than who you argue with online or who thinks that they can quote unquote trust you or something. But you can still be friends. I have friends from all spectrums of the political realm, and it's whatever. They go vote, I go vote. I don't give who fucking cares. So Pokemon is woke, so we play them. No, it's not. No, I don't know. Someone said it was. I don't know why they said it though, because I wouldn't define that as. I just like looked at it and I'm like, oh, this looks kind of shitty. I think reducing politics to an online opinion is also just as dangerous as becoming manic about it. That's true. That's actually true. I feel like you do have... What I'm trying to say is that I feel nihilistic towards it in the sense that, like, I can go vote in my, like, local whatevers. I can go vote in my... Which I think, like, November 4th, there's some voting if you want to go do that. But, like, I don't know. I never really felt like I had any control. And after, like, 10 years of this sort of, like, amplified back and forth where people are sort of, like, angry at each other about... Wokemon's really funny. Everybody's pretty mad at each other, but kind of like a, in like psychotic cult-like thinking, right? All I'm really noticing is that like division is sort of amplifying. It does seem to be dying down now that people are sort of maybe being able to have more healthy conversations, or people that used to adhere to those cults are starting to decondition their mind away from the cult, because in the same way that someone just said that they like were left-leaning but they deviated a little bit, so then they were deemed alt-right or whatever the fuck. Like, you can only have that done to your brain so many times before you're just like, fuck you guys. You know what I mean? You could just be, shut the fuck up. And I think that's healthy, to just like tell the people that like are constantly trying to put you through this like struggle zone, this fucking like purity test all the fucking time, that you need to say exactly what they want you to think. You need to just tell them to shut the fuck up and chill out. It's just stupid. And hence why I'm just like, you get so exhausted with it where you're like, I don't even know if there's any point to this. I think it's literally just supposed to like be all of us like chasing our fucking tails endlessly. Meanwhile, like we'll sit here and argue about whether Pokemon is woke, right? Which is not what we were saying, but you know what I mean? It's like, that's how pointless the conversation is. Meanwhile, you're gonna see like something like COVID, where like the transference of like people's money was the greatest upward transference of money in the history of fucking creation of money. The 33% of all of the money that's ever been inflated into the United States was done during that. And no one ever really discusses like those kind of concepts, those economic effects. It's like they just sort of happen. It's like we're just sort of like meant to chase our tails over and over until like the next bullshit occurs, which like which creates chaos, and then restructures. Then they restructure things afterwards, and then we all kind of settle down for a while, and then that's it. But COVID made me gay. Yeah, same. Advocating for any critical thing is super important. Ugh, I can't type. What did you say? I think they really want division for sure, and advocating for any critical thinking without using labels as criteria to meet like definitions and parties should be to learn about yourself. Yeah, because you're never going to like associate entirely with like one party, and I don't necessarily think you should, and I don't even necessarily think you should be really that disappointed whenever your individual gets in there that you sat there and argued time and time again that they're going to be like the fix-all, and then they end up not being the fix-all, or really even doing like 20% of the things that they said they were going to do. It's almost like just basic pattern recognition at that point, that you're like, well, it didn't work out for the last like 25 years. Is it going to somehow get better now? And so you kind of just have to like view yourself as like this individual point of perspective and make the changes in your life that you want it to be better. And then hopefully it just permeates out from that. Like, say you can figure out how to make a bunch of money, and now you get to like have like some say in your like family circle or your world or whatever. And now suddenly you feel like you have control. And now you don't even really necessarily care that much about like politics, because who knows, maybe psychologically the obsession with it prior was just a lack of control. And a lot of that was just sort of displacing that blame onto like some higher entities of sorts. I don't know. And also politics is online makes you nihilistic. Being in your element, being happy, thriving, striving is a form of resistance. Being happy and creative is a form of resistance. Yeah, maybe just turning your brain off to it entirely is also that as well. I'm so sucked into your conversation I forgot which set of nails to paint. I think it's your toenails. It sounded like something out of Scream, but there was something a lot more mundane and seedy about it when it was happening in real life. Just this creepy dude with some voice modulator making it extremely clear that he could see me. It's thrilling and scary in certain ways in the movies, but when it's happening to you, it really does not feel good. It made me feel dirty and intruded. And today, Junior. From an intelligence perspective, guiding people through social engineering, media, and social media is very effective psyop when done right. Yeah, I think they're definitely starting to lose. I think they're starting to lose its effectiveness. I think people are so exhausted that the hyperdivision, the lack of communication, like I actually think people are starting to talk to each other about things, like understanding that it's not beneficial to just completely hemorrhage relationships with people. I mean, I see people on like Twitch, they're like, they sit there and hold their streamers hostage, right? Because they don't adhere to their like terroristic viewpoints, as far as what they want them to think, or, oh, you didn't cut off your family member because they think some sort of negative thought or whatever. And it's like, but it seems that people are starting to just be like, you know what? I can't keep up with what like, Twitter ISIS wants from me anymore. I'm just going to be a normal person. I'm going to think my normal thoughts. I'm going to love my normal family, and everybody else can just get fucked. Life is a bug's life, and billionaires are the grasshoppers. We outnumber them. Yeah, but what do you like? What do you mean? What are you gonna do? You gonna take your Pomeranian dog and storm the Capitol? Choice is an illusion. Modern politics, everybody's out to fill their own pockets. The highest bidder is the one who makes the real choices. I mean, that's logical, and just like a system where it's whoever has the most resources gets to make the decisions. So, I don't know. I guess it's all just sort of like a false sense of participation. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be on the top, and I'm going to try to eat poor people. We're going to reverse it. I'm going to find homeless people. I'm going to deep fry them. It made me feel dirty and intruded upon, and I guess that's why I acted irrationally. I would scream at him to leave me alone and then hang up the phone, only to answer each time he called back. I know it sounds dumb. I could have just let the phone ring off and consider what was going through my head. I know it sounds dumb. I could have just let the phone ring but oh my god, I can't fucking keep up. Holy shit. I just can't flow between the fucking sentences. Would you rather wake up naked in the forest 5 miles from home or in your underwear at work? Oh, that's a good point. I'm on the same time as Nick J. Fuentes and Fresh and Fit. Guys, they're going to have me on here soon. I'm going to give my incredible takes on the most hottest topics. Those punny ants outnumber us 1,000 to 1, and if they ever figure it out, well, there goes our way of life. Yeah, but it's, I don't know. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Because, the second that you... I don't know. That implication is, sort of like the chaotic communistic concept, right? Where you create that level of, frustration with said system to the point that it results in some sort of bloody revolution. But I've seen bloody revolutions in history, and let's just say that the authoritarian that comes out the other side is way worse than the authoritarian sense that you thought you had previously. It just kind of perpetually gets worse. Just because it creates that power vacuum, I guess. And honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised at the same time if all of those billionaires, people think that they can outnumber, don't already have thousands of AI ran contingency plans, in many ways manufacturing said revolution that you perceive that you're a part of, simply to like centralize their power even further. What's the best government system? I don't know, man. Probably one with like limited involvement in our lives to the fullest extent. I know it sounds dumb. I could have just let the phone ring off, but consider what was going through my head at the time. There was a guy who was prank calling me who could somehow see me, and I wanted to know how much danger I was truly in. As he called me, I darted around the house, closing the blinds and making sure the windows and doors were locked. At this point, I didn't consider calling the cops because the guy hadn't actually threatened me. He was just stating that he could see me and stating what I was doing. It was incredibly strange. It wasn't like some dirty voice breathing or anything like that. He'd just call and say, "You wearing a white t-shirt?" And I can see you just changed. See, you just changed. You appreciate me for a few reasons. Thanks, dude. Communism is the best. Look at Venezuela. Is that a, I assume that's a sarcastic comment, right? About the current state of Venezuela. You're giving them a lot of credit. People are just people. Even the richest, most powerful people are food. Are food? Okay, so Sonomi, you guys like anarchy, I see. Yeah, but you guys, like, honestly ask yourself, how long would you last in an anarchical system? Do you even lift weights? Do you train in combat? Like, wait. Okay, I know it's a joke, I know. But I mean, honestly, I see that stuff all the time, and it's like, people are loosely honest about that. Like, they honestly, I don't even know. It's like your glasses are gonna fall off your face. And you're like, wait a second. Bill Gates, don't shoot me. Don't shoot, wait.
It's too late. It's too late for you. You're coming to the island. I'm gonna pack you into my suitcase right now. I'm gonna inject you with all sorts of strange experimental things.
Why do you automatically assume it ends in riots and anarchy? It's about it. Well, I assume when you're sitting there saying, like, there's thousands of us, and only one of them. Like, is that not violent revolution, like, language to a degree? I mean, if you want to vote people, yeah, sure, you know. Then if that's what you meant, then sure, yeah. You give some people the best life possible and they'll still be unhappy and claim they're discriminated against. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's the thing in life. It's like you kind of have to find, I don't know, you almost have to, like, disconnect yourself from the world in, like, some sort of religious sense, you know? Not really have some, like, ongoing desire to completely control that which has just been endless chaos, and appreciate the fact that, like, the endless chaos that exists in probably the rest of the world has somehow not found its way to your comfortable bed that you're rotting in right now, you know? The fact that you can just, like, sit and scroll on your phone looking at a kitty video and then someone, you know, eating poop off of a toilet bowl, that's a blessing, I think, in a weird way. Way better than, like, a bomb going off. May have to have knee surgery. Please help me feel better. I got you, bro. Put the vibrations of the headphone directly next to your knee. I'm going to heal it right now. Virtual heal. You ready? Ooh. All right. Should be good. The feeling when you have knee surgery tomorrow. But then you get there and they're going to be like, huh, it seems like it's good. Gangtown, bro, are you sneak dissing us right now? Bro said we were rotting in our bed scrolling through our phones. Bro, I do the same thing. I'm a rotter. I'm born to rot. Dude, I swear to God, I was scrolling on my phone and there was like this exact meme where it was like when your cat comes up to like convince you to rot in bed all day. And okay, so if you just imagine the POV of you laying in the bed looking down at your feet, and then in the video, a black cat walks up the right side of the person, does its sort of like stretch bow to like show its respects that I'm coming close, and then falls into the person's right side. And then there was some like voiceover to say like we're just gonna do this all day or something like that. And then I kid you not, at that exact moment, Pradeep, my black cat, does the exact same thing in the exact same way. It was like, sometimes I genuinely wonder if some of the memes that get shown to me on like Instagram or other websites is just AI generated because it just like knows exactly what you are. We're scrawling in our scrolls. Bed rotting with a black cat. Hell yeah. I mean, is there no better life than that, really? Like, everybody's like constantly chasing after more responsibility. Oh, I wish I had I wish I had something to do. Fuck that, dude. You got a kitty cat next to you. Chill. You're fine. Just because you would bend over doesn't mean everyone else. I thought freedom was important to you. It's not something we have. It's something we have to protect and maintain like a flame. Yeah, but dude, do you not like... First off, we were talking about my kitty cat, but that's fine. Do you not, like, when you sit here and say, you would bend over, doesn't mean everyone is. Okay. I thought freedom was important to you. Okay. It's not something we have. Okay. It's something we have to protect and maintain like a flame. But the manner in which you speak is very ambiguous and kind of like open-ended to the concept of like maybe being a little nutty out in the streets, you know what I mean? And like, I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying I think we all need to get our cardio up a little bit before we get out there. I don't believe in it, but it happens so often that it's maybe like there's something there. I know, it's strange. I should go on Timcast. Dude, I don't know. I can sit here and talk in like open-endedness and the fact that I love my existence or whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna like share some sort of insight that's I don't have anything, you know what I mean, objectively speaking. $7 million people protested peacefully. That's good. I'm glad people are expressing themselves, their First Amendment rights. But there was also a lot of those same type of people during COVID, whenever the same degree of like First Amendment expression, it was like those types of people were like demonized. So it's like I would like everyone to like maintain a certain sense of continuity between the time in which they want to express their constitutional rights, if you know what I mean. Like, it just seems strange how like people pick and choose their narrative, like whether it's the Patriot Act or For Your Health or all these types of things. It just seems like people aren't consistent with just like they allow that sort of like two-party dichotomy to kind of like dictate whether or not they're okay with like certain degree of authoritarianism now versus then. Like whoever's in office, they're just like loosely cool with it. It's always kind of strange to me, at least psychologically, but I guess that's kind of like the point, right? Freedom is not free, and the freedom does not mean you should do something just because you want to or you feel like it. What do you mean? What's up, Lucy? Food stamps got pulled, so I guess I'm going to eat poor people. Yeah, be careful, man. I don't know what's going to happen with that. We were reading it. It's just like the sort of economic cascade that it seems like it's going to cause for a lot of communities going out, where it's like, I do imagine that they probably, after a week of whatever craziness kind of manifests there, I imagine that's going to put some aspect of pressure on like the Senate, I guess, coming to an agreement on getting the appropriate votes or whatever. What's up, Audrey? It's like the pendulum is always swinging so far. I know. It's just normalizing further and further stupidity because you dislike one side so much, it makes you like loosely comfortable with accepting what your side does. Like a lot of, I don't know, like right now, you see a lot of people like on the right who are just like kind of loosely comfortable with like the National Guard being deployed. But to me, I see that as like potentially opening up things to a larger and larger degree of authoritarianism that like once it's deployed, I don't really think, like once you take the lid off of something, it's really, really hard, I feel like, to put it back in. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I don't know. Oh, right, exactly. As soon as the National Guard's turned against them, they're turned to be like, wait a second, what the fuck? Because I don't know if you remember those videos of like the National Guard deployed on people who were like outside of their house during COVID and stuff, and it's like, pretty fucked. You are completely wrong. Probably, yeah. I mean, I'd like to hear your perspective, though. Fully agree. Well, no, listen, that my perspective is that one side is not the solution. It's these two sides playing off of each other. Like I just said, it creates, like the person said, a pendulum that goes back and forth, making you loosely comfortable accepting further and further authoritarianism to either side as it keeps going back, and you become less and less logical in your approach because of your sort of short-sightedness, your blindedness to the identity politics of all of it. Your constant association with one side being good and the other one being bad is going to make you comfortable when your side does bad stuff. You're going to sit there and think it's for the greater good, but it's not. It's just, those are just words, really, whenever you would be completely frustrated if it was happening on the opposing end. Even if people do get assistance on here, it's because they need it and they probably still work and it's hard for them. Yeah, I agree. I have friends who get EBT food stamps and stuff, and they work hard. It's just they're in like tough spots, and like I said, like we were reading it earlier on what's gonna like kind of transpire from there, and I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna be probably anticipated chaos. Too much food stamp fraud. I guess that's a question too. I mean, like, is there going to be a restructuring of the distribution of EBT after things, it's like, how is that going to all play out? I don't know. Speak for yourself. I'm evil. I do vaguely recall though, like my roommate back before I moved, he got EBT, and I was just like, what? I was like, how the fuck do you get EBT? Because he worked 15 hours a week. He worked 15 hours a week and was like completely able-bodied and normal and all this kind of stuff. He just worked, or he just chose not to like, work anymore. And it's not like he had any issues or anything. He was just like, I don't really, worked at a restaurant and only like got 15 hours and like just chilled. And he must have gotten like $300 in like EBT food stamps, which is like pretty much all the groceries he needed for like a week or two. So, I mean, there is a curiosity there. You can get disability for mental health reasons as well. Yeah, maybe he listed that. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know why he would, but... Food is a basic need. Everyone deserves it. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's like a taxpayer would probably be frustrated if they saw an individual that, like, is taking advantage of the system, whereas... that could be going to like people that actually can't work or whatever, you know what I mean? Because I mean, it's not like the money that goes toward to sustain the system is still generated by able-bodied people that are working. Was I working as a nurse at the time? Yeah, I was doing nursing and doing YouTube shit, getting that going. I used to only work 15 hours a week at a restaurant back when I would just smoke weed all day. Yeah, he wasn't like the most inspired person ever. My boyfriend's friend got it too despite having the funds and not needing it. I'm like, how? Because my mom said it's impossible, but I guess not. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if maybe you can just show up and like say some shit. I have no idea. You have to work enough hours but not make enough money. Boeing takes more of your tax dollars. I guess that would make sense. Yeah, and it's not like I guess the idea of like national security. Well, that's the thing is like, I don't know. It's like now these economic systems are in place and it's like, what are we more comfortable with? Like allowing them to dissipate and the ripple effects that come from that, or I don't know. Do they just like eventually figure themselves out? Do the people that can work, do they go get jobs? Do people riot? Does it cause, obviously, like we said about those food, what was it, the food deserts? Like those gas stations and those like Dollar General stores that take EBT are just like going to go out of business and that kind of thing. Coupons. Hell yeah, dude. Government coupons. We're still going to be taxed regardless, so just get the government to invest in things some people might need instead of them sending them over to the... I don't know, man. What's up, Becky? Many people dislike people that get Social Security benefits. Yeah, because it's a certain degree of frustration. I mean, like, I briefly felt it when I was observing that roommate just, like, essentially doing nothing and just gathering, you know, money from the government. And it was kind of like, strange. I guess it's that easy. I remember there's been, like, many times where, like, my dad has said that, too. He's like, I should just quit my job and collect unemployment and get food stamps. But my like mom would like not allow him to do so or something. I don't know. I respect that you're not interested in politics, but what this administration is doing is like a whole different level of authoritarian that we have to see in the U.S. No, and it's like I say I'm not interested, but I am interested. You know, I keep up with it, but I don't know. I try to just discuss it, I guess, as level-headed as possible without like losing my mind. What's up, tea time? You pay into Social Security when you work, totally different. Why do some users have a wrench by their name? They're just moderators. There's like 2 in here right now, maybe 3. I literally get paid literally nothing, expect to pay for my classroom out of pocket will make it make sense. That is, yeah, the teachers get fucked so hard. I feel terrible for them. Like, you have to pay to teach. They have to pay to do your job. Like, that's psychotic. Like, I don't think I could ever, that would never make me want to go be a teacher. You need validation. What kind of validation do you need? You got the coolest username. I don't trust people who haven't lived within snaps and wick. They might do their best, but they don't understand. You don't trust people that haven't had wick or snap? I do think teachers should definitely get paid way more money for sure. No point in discussing politics because no one is ever seeking truth and no one changes their mind because someone gives factual information. Well, I think this is just a bad format because, one, I'm kind of fucking retarded, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know a lot about, I like know a little bit about various things, but I don't know, I'm not like some expert or anything in it. I mean, we can ask ChatGPT and that can kind of like clarify on some stuff. But like, you know, at the same time, I don't think, unfortunately, with everyone in the chat, that there's just not enough characters in it to really have like some in-depth conversation. And yeah, you know, I guess we kind of just have to go along for the ride and see how the chaos pans out. ChatBBC is a lib. Would you rather spend your year entirely alone or a year without a home? Oh, fuck. Do I get to get on the internet and make YouTube videos? Because it's not much different. You gotta love and respect people in your community until they actively shown you that they aren't that empathy and love. I mean, everybody in here is pretty good. Like, obviously, like, I think no one's, you know, too mad at me or anything like that when I say anything that deviates from them. Like, even the more liberal-leaning people, like, tend to be pretty nice about it. So I admire that. Whereas, like, I see some of the people on Twitch, the audience they've cultivated, like, when they deviate from the farm, like, they get fucking whipped hard, bro. It's scary. I feel bad for him. Well, it's not that scary. It's just fucking dipshits on the internet saying words on a screen. Like, grow a pair of balls and tell them to leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ah. It is. It's all love and vibes. No worries. I made Tea Time Angie. What do you mean? I said she's got the coolest name in town. And she just hit 225 on her bench press, which is fucking nasty. I'm just a baby. Okay. Even if you don't get huge ROI, definitely upload to Rumble. I do have a Rumble page. I don't know, Rumble's fucking lame, man. Like, it's not lame, it's just like I don't really feel like there's like much of a future there. It's not like there's a ton of people like looking for scary stories on Rumble. Like, all they wanted over there is to like hear about how Elon Musk is a fucking android. Which is, I'll be honest with you, I like hearing about that too, but I don't know. I just got jumped on Twitch for saying Nintendo is ass these days. I know, right? You can't ever have like an opinion that's like negative in their world. Like whenever, like if you go in like the Little Nightmares 3 subreddit, anybody that has like a negative opinion on the game there is just like, ganked. Rumble needs different types of content. It's the biggest alt platform. Yeah, I thought about streaming on Kick. Is streaming on Kick cool? Is that growing, or is that just kind of dead in the water too? Because it kind of seems like Twitch is dying. Like, the more that Twitch constantly like doesn't punish people in, like, it's like a 2-tier law system there, where like some people get banned for a week for calling someone fat, and then other people can like commit assault on someone and get like 2 days or something, and then not KIK kick, it's like KICK kick, it's something like that. The fact that the chat can discuss politics without devolving into violence is indicative that the divide isn't even real. Well, it's not real because I'm like obviously curating to a degree the chat in a way, and like thus providing a sort of relaxed energy towards it, and like also discussing that left versus right amplification is division and therefore not good, I think is able to keep people's energies from devolving into the tribalistic psyop, you know what I mean? And we've been kind of like that for a while here, so everybody's pretty chill. We are not as divided as the internet wants you to think we are. Well, that's true too. I mean, it's definitely much more amplified within internet spaces, whereas you sitting there talking about like the proletariat or something on Twitter, and then you go outside and someone's like, "Hey, you're looking kind of pale," and the person's like, "Yeah, I know I'm late. Weren't I on Twitch? I had Twitch, but it just didn't really grow, and I'm just like, I don't know. You want me to compliment you? I don't know anything. What do I even say? I could say you're real kind. You're a kind soul. I mean, if you want someone to crash out to maintain the balance. Yeah, can one of you guys freak out real quick? Can you guys freak the frick out? Get mad and tell me that I'm bad so that I have to, like, change my opinion to match what you guys want me to. And make sure it's, like, real, like, scary, you know? Like ISIS level scary. You're bad. You're bad. You're horrid. I love you, though. Yeah, can you re-inscree for me? He'd call up and just say, "You're wearing a white t-shirt, and I see you just changed the channel." Things like that. And I was worried about wasting the cop's time if I reported it, which I guess looking back is kind of stupid of me. And to this day, though, I'm not convinced that they would have taken me seriously back then. And so I got stuck in this sort of loop of every time the phone beeped, I'd feel this sick dread in my stomach, but I couldn't stop myself from answering it either. And the more I let him speak, the more I started to deduce from the things this guy was saying. He could only see me on the first floor. If I went upstairs, he lost sight of me and would hang up the phone. If I wanted to avoid being seen, I could have just stayed upstairs and maybe I would have thought to call the cops. But I got it in my head that I should try baiting the guy. So I had something more concrete. God damn it. God damn it. I don't know why. I'm just like having so much trouble tonight finding my rhythm with these shit. Can I dress up as Michael Jackson? Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. For All Hallows Eve. I once dated a guy for a few weeks and he ghosted me, and a few weeks later I found out that he had been shot 5 times and was in a coma. He survived. We did not date anymore. You're like, I'm not dating with some weak-ass, broke-ass mofo. If you're in the hospital, it means you got hospital bills, which means you're broke. And if you got shot, it means that you aren't as strong as Superman, which means you're a baby. Which is valid, I feel like, to break up with someone. Because, I mean, like, imagine if, like, in their dating profile was just pictures of them shot, laying on the ground. Ugh. You wouldn't date that guy. You're like, oh my god, he's covered in bullets. If I'd wanted to avoid being seen, I could have stayed upstairs and maybe I would have thought to call the cops. But I got it in my head that I should try baiting the guy, so I had something more concrete to go on. Now, in adulthood, I know that it was very stupid of me to let this play out, and I should have handled it totally differently. I was just sort of bullheaded and fiery as a kid, and I was affronted that this guy was creeping on me. And I guess, yeah, even despite how uncomfortable it was making me feel, there was a degree of childish intrigue in letting the events play out here. And eventually I had all the curtains and blinds closed downstairs, and I was confident there was absolutely no way this guy could be looking through the window of my house. Yet the calls kept coming. The phone would sound, and this guy would state matter-of-factly what was going on. I was changing the channel on the TV. I was grabbing a glass of water. Very weird and mundane things to be creeped on about. What? Oh, like that's what he was stating was happening. Okay. Do you ever meet someone and just know that the microplastics in your brain came from the same source? I do believe so. If you just like turn your head on its side, eventually all the microplastics... What if that's what earwax is? Do you think that's what earwax is? Microplastics falling out of your head? We are family. We are Legion. Jazz Luna, is your stream buffering? You like burnt pepperoni. The burntest. No earwax is what happens when bees pollinate yours at night. Oh my god. We are farmers. Do I have a normal job? No, I don't. I have the most unorthodox, weird job on the earth. Wait, let's ask ChatGPT. What's the likelihood of someone having a job on YouTube and making money? Like, what percentage of the population are you? YouTube has 114 million active users. Only 1 million channels are part of YouTube's partner program, meaning they meet the minimum requirements to earn ad revenue. That's less than 1% of all channels. That's crazy, actually. Of those monetized channels, roughly 20% make more than $1,000 per year. About 1 to 2% make $10,000 per year. Fewer than 0.5% make a full-time living wage, greater than 50K from YouTube ads alone. Around 0.1%, roughly 100,000 creators earn 6 figures or more. So if you're making a comfortable living, say 6 figures or more from YouTube plus podcasts, you're roughly in the top 0.0001% of the global population and top 0.1% of all YouTubers. Alright. Anyways. That's crazy. I thought way more people on YouTube were like... That's wild to me in the just the baseline sense of... only 1%, only less than 1% of all the channels on YouTube at all are monetized. Isn't Mr. Beast the biggest YouTuber in the world? I don't know. Probably Tit Series or whatever it is. Did red light help you at all? Like red light therapy? I've never done that before. I've always kind of wanted to do the hyperbaric chamber stuff, you know, where you get like hyper oxygenated or whatever. I used to have a YouTube channel with my friend back in middle school like 10 years ago. Dude, you gotta start it back up. I started asking him what was getting out of this. We did. Okay. The phone would sound and this guy would state matter-of-factly what was going on. Okay. That's where I was. Also, you know what I bought? I bought some creatine gummies. And they are so fucking good. They're like lemon flavored. The question is, I heard gummies don't really like digest or like you don't really absorb gummies very well, but they had good reviews, so I don't know if they were... I don't know if... Anybody here use creatine gummies or have any idea? Can you look that up for me? Can you guys do small little chores for me around the house too, if you could? Please try the game Proximate, and you might want to stream it if you like. It's a really interesting game. Is it horror related, like story driven, like narrative type thing? Because sometimes I do that, you know what I mean, the most. Joel, your opinion on Young Thug? I love Young Thug. I mean, obviously I was much bigger fan of his Barter 6 album. That was like one of my favorites ever. Just because it was so funny. It was highly correlated to like my memories with my friends and roommates. When I was like 26 years old, we would just have Young Thug playing, you know. Just like I'd get paid and, you know, I'd put on some thugga. I haven't really listened to any of his like newer stuff though. I don't know if it's any good. You heard the gummies were a scam. Do creatine gummies work? Yes, in principle, what science says about creatine. Creatine monohydrate is one of the most well-researched supplements. What about creatine gummies specifically? Convenience is plus. Gummies are easy to take, portable, no mixing required, but quality control, dosage accuracy, and actual content and big concerns. Multiple independent tests found many creatine gummy products contain far less creatine than claimed, or even slightly amounts of the breakdown product creatine, which isn't the active ingredient you want. The review of the supplement forms... what this means for you. I guess I'm gonna die. Ever thought about adding binaural effects to the stories? I think I did that initially with my sound guy on the podcast. I was like, can you add some binaural beats? And I think he did briefly. I don't know. Maybe we should try that again. Do you guys like that stuff? You remember your first check and singing Check? Dude, same. I love that song. Check, yeah, I gotta check. Sheesh. Check, I gotta check. Check. It's like a Blues Clues song if you really think about it. Check, chickadee, check, I gotta check. Check, chickadee, check, I gotta check. Sheesh. Put the brown note in the podcast. I've been trying. Have you guys been shitting your pants every time you listen? The phone would sound and the sky would state matter-of-factly what was going on. I was changing the channel on the TV and I was getting a glass of water. Very weird and mundane things to be creeped on about. And I started asking him what he was getting out of all of this, and he wouldn't respond. It was so strange and awkward, and I think that's what began to genuinely scare me more than if the calls had been filled with threats or innuendo. It felt like the guy had decided to do this to creep on me and spy on me for some reason, but then had no idea why he wanted to do it when he was actually doing it. I don't know if this makes sense, or maybe I'm just thinking about this after the fact, but I got the impression that these calls weren't his big, creepy plan. It was just something that he felt compelled to do on top of something else he'd done. I decided not to answer the calls for a while and see what would happen. He kept calling, incessantly, to the point that the ringtone just wouldn't stop. And as soon as one call would end, he'd call again, and again, and again. And in the end, it was making me so mad and upset that I answered again. And before he could say anything, I demanded to know how he could see me. And that's when he replied with a line that made my blood run cold. "I'm in the house with you." He even said ha 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 in this very deadpan, monotone voice. Of course, I knew he couldn't actually really be in the house. I would have heard him talking for one thing, and I checked all the closets and corners and possible hiding spots, but it was still absolutely terrifying to hear as some teenage girl home alone. I started trying to think about it as if he was in the house, though. Was there any clues to how he could be watching me? And I tried to remember all the different things that he'd seen throughout the house, and I realized that everything he saw I tripped up on my words, I got a new check, I'm rich as heck. I got a check. Jeez. What's up, ad man here? Finally made it. Good to see you. Did you have to watch 10,000 ads? Read in my chills voice. So for Boards of Canada, I've got Campfire Head Phase, Bach Maxima, Gio Gotti, Music Has the Rights to Children, Trans Canada Highway, and Twoism. A lot more than I remembered having. You have all those albums, like as just CDs and stuff? That's pretty sick. That's hit pretty much the entire collection right there. There's like a newer one out that's actually, it sounds a little bit different, but it's pretty experimental and cool. Let's see, what was the Boards of Canada? Canadier. Let's see, actually, Boards of Canada discography. Okay, here we go. Check, I got a check. Jeesh. Where the hell is it? EPs. Oh, that's scrolling. What the frick? Wait. Yeah, it's so annoying. I just want to like visually see all this shit in order. Okay, so that's starting all the way back in 1995. Where the hell is it? Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, 2013. Dude, 2013 was their last, LP. That's so ridiculous. I mean, I guess they might be older now and kind of bored of it or whatever, doing their own thing. How much... You know what, though? What is their... Let's see. What is Boards of Canada's net worth? Why that's important, I don't know. Sometimes you're curious, because it's like people make this music, you know what I mean? And then you're like, do they just go away and not make any money? No public information, whatever. They're stuck in Manitoba. Do you listen to them, Sonomi? Do you like that kind of stuff? Just set your VPN to Cuban and boom, 0 ads. Oh, there you go. VPN should be illegal. Just kidding. Thank you for reminding me of Boards of Canada. I forgot they existed. Dude, it's so good, man. I'm literally commissioning an entire new album from them to be made, just to pretend like they still exist. Do you like vaporwave music? I do like vaporwave, yeah. Some of it's not great, but I do like, some of the major stuff and just the vibe in general. Oh, they make royalties. All right, I guess they did. I don't know. There was some horror movie that had a Boards of Canada song in it, I think from Gio Gotti. I think it was called Sinister. Do you guys remember the movie Sinister? I think towards the end they played a Boards of Canada song. I listened to Bob Moses yet? No. What was that again? Is it like a folk band? Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Bob Moses. I'm gonna play on my guitar. Today was a day to remember. I miss your feet. I miss smoking weed. Today was a day to remember how you never washed your hair. Oh, it's a country band. We'll just make all those lyrics into country. I tried to remember all the different things he'd seen throughout the night, and I realized that everything he saw was either in the living room or in the kitchen doorway. Whichever window he was watching me through had let him see the main living room in almost its entirety, and he'd also commented previously on the fact that I'd almost spilled water as I entered from the kitchen. And this suddenly got me thinking. The idea felt familiar, or I don't know, I'm so off tonight, my reading abilities. And this suddenly got me thinking. The idea felt familiar, of there being a view of my living room where the kitchen doorway was visible, and that's when I remembered this was the view from the family's PC webcam. Now remember, this was the late 2010s, and the idea that hackers could watch you through your webcam was fairly new at the time. I ran to the family computer, unplugged the chunky webcam that we had at the time, and suddenly, the call stopped. This basically confirmed it for me. This creeper had somehow accessed the family's PC webcam and could see me. And this made me feel better in a lot of ways. It was probably because some internet weirdo who was nowhere near me and had no idea where I actually lived or who I... Wait, what? Oh. Jesus Christ, this is a scary webcam, man. You ever heard of the artist named Michael Jackson? He's kind of underground. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's actually really good. I never heard that joke before. That was good. I give a good golf clap for that, yes. My husband beats me every time Joel messes up. He's just sitting there with like a sock and like soap. He's like, oh, Joel can't read, can he? Let's not read, let's beat my partner. Bah. This made me feel better in a lot of ways. It was probably some internet weirdo who was nowhere near me and had no idea where I actually lived or who I was. And this was somehow a lot better than a possible stalker outside, but still, the idea of a hacker watching me through the family computer made me feel sick. Long story short, a family friend ran this scan for us and discovered that something had been downloaded onto our family PC at some point the week before. We never found out which family member had downloaded this software by accident, but I'm certain it was my dumbass younger brother who was always downloading weird crap at the time. He was 12, and we did actually report the incident to the cops, but this was way back in 2008, like I said, and cybercrime just wasn't even a thing that they looked into much. And plus, I underplayed the situation by not revealing how many times I'd answered the phone and admitting to the fact that I kinda handled the situation in a very unfortunate, morbid sense. And I'm just very grateful that it was only the family living room that hacker could view. The idea of someone being able to spy on me through that laptop in my bedroom made me so paranoid that I just kept tape over my webcams across all devices ever since. I never found out who that weird hacker caller was. Hacker caller was? Hacker caller schmuzzer. Hacker caller schmuzzer. I need to be broken. You should get a weird cleaning while the sock beats you. Yeah, he lubes it up. I'm just cleaning you. Do I love you? Are you gonna kill me if I say yes? I never found out who the weird hacker caller was, or confirmed for sure that he was just some internet weirdo who had access to my webcam and managed to connect it to a phone number. But it's the only explanation that let me sleep at night. It's now been nearly 20 years since then, and I still tape over my webcams to this day and make sure my own kids are extremely safety conscious about using the internet, because you never know what kind of weirdos are out there. Love you a long time, Joel. 20 years. Well, nearly 20 years. 2008. You were once a pinup model for a well-known artist. His name was Banksy. His name was Bill Nye the Science Guy. His name was Toby. He was a homeless guy that lived under the local bridge. He said he was an artist. Girls from all over would fall for his wiles. What's up, Faceless? What can you do a story about bad roommates or bad friends, Joey? Sorry, yeah, I don't know. I have to look into it. I feel like it's been a little while since roommates, hasn't it? Or maybe we'll have some accrued at that point. I have no idea. Joey the jumping kangaroo. I don't know why. I don't know why being called Joey makes it just so funny. Joey and the Last Dandelion. Nothing else to blow. 8,000 stories from your reading. Thank you, Viking. Good to see you. So I'm a girl, and I met guys online in the early 2000s, back when it was still considered risky and dangerous to meet people online. Now let me tell you, it's probably a good thing we considered some online friendships to be inadvisable back then, because there are some major weirdos around, and let me tell you again, and back in the 2000s, they were first discovering computers and what they could do with them. This guy added me on ICQ, an old instant messenger program. ICQ used to have this feature where you could just add a random person, like it would just select another user at random and allow you to message them. And as far as I ever knew, there were no way to see the difference between someone who'd added you by directly typing your username in and someone who'd added you as a random request. So I had a bunch of friends there that only knew that... Okay, I'm actually curious. Do you guys have any like online friends that you've just like been friends with for an insane amount of time? And if so, where did you like meet them at? Has anyone ever tried hypnotherapy to stop something like nail biting or smoking? I never tried it. I remember going to like a hypnotist once, and they just said they couldn't hypnotize me, so I was like, damn. It's a random fact about me that would surprise us. I don't know, honestly. I feel like I've said everything. Okay, we got yes. You don't have any friends. Yes. Like me, Sandy. YouTube live chat, yes, all over the place, really. If 8 years is a long time, yes, it was through Facebook meme groups. Oh, that's cool. Tumblr. Uh-oh. You decide old online friends. Oh, decade-old online friends. Where did you meet them at? But I have friends with entire cul-de-sac in Indiana playing GTA Q. What was that game? Or GTA. Oh, Grand Theft Auto Online. Oh, that's awesome. Friends from your cul-de-sac. That's cool as shit. What was my AOL screen name back in the day? I remember I was like 12 when I had an AIM, and I swear it was like Hot Dog 34. It was just the stupidest shit. Hot Dog. What's up, guys? It's Hot Dog here. What's up? What's up, babes? Hot Dog here. 34. 34 hot dogs at once. Petition for Joel to smoke crack and live stream. If you can get the signatures, I'll do it. Because honestly, there's so many people that like live day-to-day life sober and they're just like miserable. How many crackheads do you know that are like miserable? They're only miserable when they don't have crack. Other than that, I feel like they're doing all right. Hot Dog 34. Repooping for duty, sir. Repooping for duty, sir. Do you remember that? Like, they're taking, like, attendance on, like, a fucking bus, and they call the one kid's name, and he's like, reporting for duty, sir! Or something like that. It's just so fucking funny. Oh, yeah, he's like, ready and waiting, sir! Or something like that. It's so fucking funny. It's honestly kind of sad that I feel like there's like peak humor, like the amount of opportunities you as like an adult get to just like make humor with other people and be retarded is like never going to ever be any more than it was when you were in like high school. Like the amount of jokes that you can make every like per capita per second, like your APM of jokes is never going to be like outpaced in your adult life than it was when you were just like an adolescent, and it's kind of sad. Reporting for duty, sir. My body is ready. Heading to the shower, sir. I'm of the era when our bus stops for neighborhood stops, not individual houses. Oh shit, that's pretty cool. When I meet with a viewer, maybe I'll, like, if you guys ever went to like a big event, I would tell you I'll be there and you have to find me or something. And then if we run into each other, we run into each other. I met mine on Adventure Quest Worlds in Omega in middle school. That's crazy. Do you still talk to them? I thought I was a quiet dude in high school till they hear me pop off unhinged jokes and became the class clow. The class clowy. Are you saying you peaked in high school? Yeah, kind of. Like, I would say kind of. Like, not really. But I mean, like, the amount of just, like, funny that you could just have access to at all times was, and just, like, there was no consequences. Like, now, if you just, like, try to make the stupidest fucking joke, it's like people are like the only outlet you have to do it now is, like, in weird niche situations where you finally got to know someone over a long period of time, or you run a show called I Think You Should Leave and they want you to be like middle school level humor. I don't know. It's just like sad that like generalized humor and overall is like completely mitigated in your adulthood and you're kind of just supposed to like rot. Funny standards now is weird. It's majorly brain rot. Yeah, I can imagine like my buddies' kids are just always making like fucking noises. I saw another kid like come into the gas station that was like their age and he looked like normal. Didn't even look like anything was wrong with him, but he was just like so fucking painfully obnoxious to like everything around him, and I was just like, dude, why are you not on a fucking leash? Did I listen to Corpse way back in the day? I mean, I've listened to him before. I just don't really listen to like scary people or anything like that. I get scared. They make me piss my pants and poop. Joel would be back in the event, smoking crack for sure with 34 Glizzy. Glizzy 34. Glizzy 34, reporting for duty, sir. Glizzy, get in here. Start sucking. I've been listening to these live streams for I want to fall asleep for some time, but now this is my first time actually staying awake and reading the chat, and I love the chaos. It's absolute non-stop insanity. Watch all you through a TV screen. Nice, dude. I only watch police body cam videos. What if I only watch police body cam videos, but it's just like the peaceful days? The days when they like 84, Roger. I just said, I'm taking my lunch. Roger that, 84. We got your covered. Go on when you're ready. Roger that. Be back in 15, babes. We'll see you tonight. And it's just nice, pleasant interactions. So I had a bunch of friends there who I only knew through ICQ, as well as a few IRL school friends who I spoke to through the service. One guy on my friends list, we'll just call Steve, was a pretty cool and funny guy. We didn't really know each other that well, and I had no idea how he came to add me as a friend, and I never really even thought to ask. It wasn't something that really mattered back then. You accumulated a bunch of internet weirdos who were just kind of there in your life, and you didn't really remember how you'd met them. Steve would just send me dumb jokes and memes, and before we even called them memes, and he'd sometimes recommend cool new music for me to download from Napster or LimeWire or whatever weird stuff we were using back then. He was just one of those guys that you meet online who seems cool, funny, and mysterious, and you don't ever let the conversations get too personal because you're both too cool for that. Most people who grew up as a loser, introvert online teen in the 90s and 2000s like me will know exactly what vibe I'm talking about. Or at least, I hope so. Now one day, I was home alone because my parents were out of town. I was in, I think, maybe my junior year of high school, maybe, or the start of senior year. And yeah, it must have been the start of senior year because it was October. And it came as a massive surprise that when, out of the blue, internet friend Steve messaged me saying, "Hey, I'm going to come over tonight because you're home alone." Something along those lines. And as far as I knew, I'd never even discussed which city I lived in with Steve, let alone given him my specific address. And I'd certainly never told him that my parents were out of town. I figured it had to be a joke and a coincidence, so I just replied with "Raffle" or some such, and waited to see what Steve said. Steve replied saying that he was serious and he was going to come over. I scanned back over our conversation to see if I had mentioned being alone over the weekend in passing, and I hadn't. Now, I don't want to screw up my friendship with Steve at this point because I thought he was cool and funny, so I try to play it cool myself and sort of act like I'm going along with the joke. I ask him how he knows my address, but I try and make it seem like I'm kidding around. Hard to do over text, but we had to do it to do it. You guys just like hear a gunshot go off because I fucked up my reading. Local creepypasta narrator ends it all because he fucked up a line. Isn't this one Joel's read in the past where the dude shows up at the school to kidnap her and the other people in the room save her? That was familiar. That's pretty recent, I feel like, but no, I don't think this is it. That one was about like Marilyn Manson or something like that. Steve does sound hot, yeah. Boiling hot. Screaming hot. Local cryptid with a reading struggle. Get one between the eyes. Drowns in squirt. That was my AIM username. Drowns in squirt. I'm gonna follow Steve Burns, the Blues Clues guy. No, I thought he was dead. I thought he died of crack or something. Have you read a story from your channel twice by accident? I feel like I have in the past for sure. No pants, black socks, white t-shirt. He was rocking it Donald Duck style on his last day. Cooper with the fives. Keep doing your thing, Joe. I don't like the new live chat setting where it doesn't show the name. I know, yeah, isn't it stupid? They're slowly conditioning us to accepting Peter Thiel's Antichrist, and this is step one. Hard to do over text, but we had it down to an art form back then. Steve got all serious and said that he's been wanting to tell me for a while, but we actually go to high school together, and he didn't add me randomly. He said that he could tell that I thought that he was just some random guy, but we actually know each other. And this starts to make my hackles rise, but I still assume that he's just joking because this is the kind of prank that we'd play on each other back then. But Steve replies with a bunch of things that he could only know if he knew me in real life. Details about me, my high school, crap like that. And this kind of freaked me out at this point because either Steve was some hacker guy or he really was an IRL acquaintance who just hadn't admitted it until now. Still, he hadn't really done anything wrong though, other than saying that he was coming over, which could still be a joke, so I just asked him about that and he said no, he was serious, because he wanted to talk to me about things face to face. I said no, he shouldn't come over, at least not without telling me who he actually was first. Steve from Blue's Clues is the person in the story. Asking any random question you want to know the answer to, and I'll tell you what the ghost in my house says. Are you on a Ouija board or like a poop box or whatever they're called? A ghosty cube? Been working long hours at Buc-ee's and finally made it live. It's been 2 months. Woo, how's Joy? Doing good. Alpha Prime, how you doing? Is Buc-ee's is what? A gas station? Right? It's like a good gas station. Texting in a group chat with a ghost. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's such a good business idea. Guys, honest question. We have Ouija boards, right? Is there a way we can start a Ouija board app? And you can just like ask, isn't that just AI? Yeah, but like, well, I don't know. Maybe it like gets possessed. Maybe the app gets possessed and like then you get all these like lore videos on YouTube being like, don't use the Ouija board app after 3 a.m. It would make you naked. Or something, you know what I mean? But imagine how cool that would be. Grant, Pauling with the 5 says, haven't had enough? You will. I know you'll be going as for Halloween. A woman who cheats on... Oh. I thought that was... Sorry, that's funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's... Sorry. Grant Pauling. Oh, shit. Don't the spirits travel through electricity sometimes? They do, exactly. So, like, I feel like there's got to be a way for these weird spirits to, like, possess an app. Especially we call it the Ouija board app. And we go, and like, dude, I could, or that's got to be at least be a creepypasta. Can somebody write that creepypasta? It might not be that interesting, but if it happens in real life, kind of like remember the girl with the creepy face? Her name was like Momo or some shit. That seems like some sort of like lost media bullshit. Me start the app. Guys, you guys are the technical geniuses. Momo Siwa. I possess technology, can't they? Exactly. Okay, we gotta make that movie. We gotta make a spirit box style Ouija board movie. Creepypasta bullshit. Is someone in here famous? In the dark, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. The app can be called Cumin Side Me. How haven't we caught a ghost in 4K till now? I don't know. It just seems like ghosts only want to be seen when they want to be seen, kind of. Type shit in chat. Steve said this was the problem. He didn't want to tell me who he was unless he could do it in person, because he had feelings for me and he was worried that I'd react badly if I knew who he was, so he wanted to explain himself to me in person. And so I asked him why it would be better if he could tell me in person, and he just sort of says, it just would be, and then refused to clarify any further. And so I started getting kind of more mad and freaked out at this. I couldn't explain why, but it just felt like he'd led me on somehow. And you could have seen that our conversations back in the day, he definitely... What did I have for dinner? I had questionable brisket tacos. I had like sort of a chicken stir fry that my friend made. Went over to his house and stuff and had that, and then a random leg of chicken. It was kind of a, you know what I mean? It's like a bunch of stir fry with rice in the one thing, and then just like a leg of chicken on the side. It's like, okay, it was good. It was amazing. YouTube's being weird again. What the heck happened? What did YouTube do to you? Don't I ever cook? Yeah, I cook myself. It's just like I socially eat a lot for dinner. So like people invite me out, or they invite me to their house, and I just go there. In the dark. Thank you for the gifter to Chronic. 2001, the Chronic. Do you like tacos or burritos? Burritos more. Probably burritos more, just because it's like more food. Big fucking honkin' hog I get to chew on. Troll 2 freaked me out as a kid. I was stupid. Troll 2 is amazing. They're eating her, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god. Sushi and snacks. You'd had to... Dude, I just can't follow tonight. I don't know. My brain just not braining. So I started getting more and more mad and freaked out at this. I couldn't explain why, but it just felt like he'd led me on somehow. You'd have to have seen our conversations back in the day. He definitely acted like someone who did not know me IRL until that point. It just felt deceptive. And besides, I'd kind of gotten into my head that Steve was Andy IRL, this skater kid from high school who had a crush on me in sophomore year and had been a bit overly persistent with it until I don't know if it's the way the text is. I don't know what the fuck, man. I'm being honest, man. Like I need to change something, bro. I just feel like my brain is just so fucked tonight. What font is it? I don't know. It was in some Calibri, and I switched it to Helvetica New Normal, I guess. I don't fucking know, bro. I'm going crazy, man. I'm going crazy. Okay, sorry. Okay. So I started getting annoyed, more freaked out that I couldn't explain why, but it felt like he'd led me on somehow. You'd have to have seen her. Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna die in real life. Eventually I woke up again, but wait. Okay. Wait, now this... I don't know, man. The text is... I don't know. I just need to go. Have I had... Paella? What's paella? It felt deceptive. Besides, I kind of gotten into my head that Steve was Andy IRL, the skater kid from high school who had a crush on me in sophomore year, and had been a bit overly persistent with it until I told him to chill. Okay, I can't fucking follow this, man. I don't know why. Is there a way to format it so there's maybe some spacing between the motherfucker? Let's try this one. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put... Maybe that's what it is. It was the spacing. All the fucking words were jam-packed on top of each other. Fucking DP stuffed. This... Alright. Zoom? Jarvis, can you zoom in on that? My old man eyes are not working. Smoke of the joint. Okay, here we go. It felt deceptive. Besides, I'd kind of gotten into my head that Steve was Andy IRL, the skater kid from high school who'd had a crush on me in sophomore year, and had been a bit overly persistent with it until I told him to chill, bro. Andy was the only person I could think of IRL from high school who might want or need to explain himself to me face to face about hanging out with me. It had also pissed me off that he decided to reveal all this by making it clear that he knew my parents were out of town. It felt like a weird power play, and considering that I hadn't told anyone about my parents going out of town, it was info that had oh my god. I just see the words now and they just become like goo on the screen. And the weird part is I'm genuinely wonder if there's a science. Okay, we're gonna look up the science. Is there a science to a specific font or spacing of words that make it optimally better to narrate shit? Am I overtired? No. Okay, the science. The studies show that familiar sans serif fonts like Helvetica, which is what I use, reduces visual friction, letting the brain process meaning rather than shape. Serif fonts like Times New Roman and Georgia slightly slow reading speed, but they can help narration because your brain has more time to process rhythm and pacing. Fonts with consistent X height and wide letter spacing improve ocular flow, which keeps your eyes one syllable ahead of your mouth. This is a huge for smooth narration. Ideal narration scripts: Georgia, Garamond, or Charter if you want warmth and readability. Open sans or Enter if you prefer digital clarity. Font size 16? Really? Oh no, I don't know. Let's try a new font. I'm going bonkers, guys. I'm really sorry. This is such a waste of time for you. You gotta use wingdings, double-spaced. I'm turning into an alien. I'm turning Chinese, guys. Okay, this one seems a little bit better. It's called EB... It's called EB Games. It felt deceptive. Besides, I kind of gotten into my head that Steve was Andy IRL, this skater kid from high school who had a crush on me in sophomore year and had been a bit overly persistent with it until I told him to chill out. Andy was the only person that I could think of in real life from high school who might want to or need to explain himself to me face to face about hanging out with me. It also pissed me off that he decided to reveal all this by making it clear that he knew my parents were out of town. It felt like a weird power play, and considering that I hadn't told anyone about my parents going out of town, it was info that had to have been obtained creepily. At least that's what I thought anyway. In my head, my friend Internet Steve had just revealed that he'd been high school Andy this whole time, someone I majorly wasn't attracted to and had rejected previously, and now he wanted to come over and hang out because my parents were out of town. And I just say, well, no, about how we ended this here and for... Oh my god. And I am just like, lol, no. How about we end this here and forget it ever happened and then I block? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Trying to follow people's brains is so hard. Even though I'm trying to get it on the first go each time. Do a backflip and just restart, it helps. Okay. Alright. Easy backflip. And I'm just like, lol, no. How about we end this here and forget it ever happened? And then I blocked him. It sucked to lose that Internet Steve person as a friend, but then I had to keep reminding myself that he wasn't Internet Steve. He was somebody in real life, and probably Andy. And I fully expected that to be the end of it. When my doorbell rang 15 or so minutes later, I didn't even entertain the idea that it could be Steve or Andy. And by the time I got downstairs, though, I had put two and two together and started to freak out. What if Andy was just standing there on my doorstep asking to be let in? He was a big guy. He could easily overpower me if he wanted to. My front door back then was the kind where you could see the vague outline of a person through the frosted glass, or as was the case here, you could see where there wasn't a person at the front door. And so I crept to the peephole and looked out. There was nobody standing there, but I could very clearly see the word bitch spray painted across. Bitch. But I very could clearly see a big bitch. Do you ever skip stories people send because of grammar, punctuation, etc. so bad? Well, I usually have someone go over it, but I don't know. Sometimes they just don't do the bestest of jobs, and it leaves me with very much obviously we don't want to edit too much of the stream of thought of somebody's writing. I don't know. There was nobody standing there, but I could very clearly see the word bitch spray painted across my driveway. So Internet Steve really was a local person and was not above making threatening gestures the moment he got rejected. I was very glad that I went with my gut and blocked him, and the next step was doing something about it though. Now, being a very awkward teen, I realized that I did not want to have to deal with my parents and/or the cops over that incident, and I knew that I'd get blamed for giving our home address to strangers no matter how much I tried to explain that Steve had to be a local person. So I just sort of messed the graffiti. So I just sort of scrubbed the graffiti off of our driveway that weekend before my parents got home and never mentioned it to them. Now, dumb, I know, but I'm still convinced that I saved myself a lot of unnecessary drama. Naive, I know, but I'm still convinced that I saved myself a lot of unnecessary drama. The next stage involved confronting Andy at school. I did this the following Monday, backed up by 2 friends, and I just walked up to him and demanded to know what he'd been doing on Friday night. About 5 or 6 of... 5 or 6. 6, 7. 6, 7. If I ever wrote a story for Joel, I would put an absurd sentence in the middle to catch him off guard. Please do. Get out there and have a creepy experience. Have the story turn into an elaborate rickroll. That's who's been messaging him the whole time. That actually would be such a hilarious way to end a sort of a mysterious serial murderer movie. He just leaves rickrolls around. Or it's I want to play a game. And then you get a rickroll and then something explodes. About 5 or 6 of his friends all said skate park at once, and Andy just looked at me confused. Apparently, Andy had pulled off some notably epic skating trick at a late-night skating contest at the park on that previous Friday night, and his buddies thought that I'd heard about it and was asking about that. Thankfully, this gave me cover to pretend that this was in fact what I was talking about, instead of having to explain the whole story about the graffiti and Internet Steve. And so I played it off like I was impressed by hearing about Andy's skate trick, and then just sort of skirted away, embarrassed and none the wiser as to who Internet Steve was. Andy himself found me later that day and asked what was really up with my question earlier, and I guess he worked out something was actually bothering me. We weren't friends or anything. He's been a little pestering when... Oh my god. Internet Steve here. My last piece got stolen by the guy that bought onto the replacement for the content. He didn't even change anything, got paid $2K for it. What are you talking about? Sorry. Oh, the thing is, okay, sure, editor is published and author, but I was a blog, SEO, it's a person at my job, and I'm a stronger writer, so what are we talking about? Why can't the people in my basement edit for me? Because they're prisoners. I can't give prisoners chores. That'd be rude. I'm never gonna give you up. Are we at the end? I don't think so. I'm just fucking lost, bro. I will get you guys out of these woods. We weren't friends or anything. He'd been a little pestering when he had a crush on me sophomore year, but I didn't hate the guy or anything. And I just explained to him outright that a guy that I had on my ICQ friends list had threatened me and suggested that he had a previous crush on me. Andy laughed and said it was far from the only person who'd ever had a crush on me, which made me feel like a jerk. But then he was actually really pretty sweet about it and genuinely concerned for my well-being, and said that he'd ask around and see if he could dig up any info or hear any gossip about who Internet Steve might really have been. Unfortunately, Andy never found out, and I think I know why. I've never been able to prove who Internet Steve was, and in some ways I think it's for the best that I never knew, because it would have been... Alright, you know what, I'm gonna switch back to the other font. Like, this is fucking bullshit. Unfortunately, I never found out who has to prove Internet Steve in the same ways have been best. Maybe I can just... She was talking to him on the Insane Clown Posse forums. The Insane Clown Pussy forums. It was Justin. You want to drink and be drunk like a little soda pop. Holy shit! It's starting! Unfortunately, Andy never found out, and I think I know why. I've never been able to prove who Internet Steve was, and in some ways I think it's for the best that I never knew, because it would have opened up huge heaps of trouble if he had come back. God fucking damn it. If he had come back, what the fuck? Trouble if it had come out back in the day and I'd Why is this hard? This is just like extraordinarily harder than like normal. I don't know why, if my brain's like actually babushka. Unfortunately, Andy never found out, and I think I know why. I've never been able to prove who Internet Steve was, and in some ways I think it's for the best that I never knew, because it would have opened up a huge amount of trouble if it had come out back in the day and I'd confronted this person. You see, I'm 99% sure that Internet Steve was actually my history teacher. It would have explained why he wanted to see me face to face to explain himself, and why he wouldn't tell me who he was online, and why it would have all been super weird. But it's also horrifying to consider that a grown-ass adult, a teacher no less, was talking to a high school girl online, and then when she blocked him, wrote an insult on her driveway in spray paint. Now that teacher was a younger teacher, must have been in their late 20s, and he and I got along pretty well. Now I admit that I did have a tiny bit of a crush on him, but I was a teenage girl. It's an adult teacher's job to dismiss that kind of thing, and we'd always been pretty chatty at school, talking about music and movies and books in a sort of cool teacher, loser student type way. But after the incident with Internet Steve, that history teacher started acting very weird with me, extremely distant and cold, and even scolding and snapping at me on a few occasions. It was the only person in my life who acted differently towards me immediately after I blocked Internet Steve, and to this day I am certain that it was him. I do wish that I'd been able to prove it, but it was one of those things that you don't really notice at the time, and it only actually dawned on me at graduation when I really thought things over. I went off to college the next year, and there was nothing that I could do to try and prove that that teacher was Internet Steve, so I guess I just have to hope that whoever it was, he never escalated beyond being a weird creeper who threatened girls with graffiti. And with someone like that, who knows how nuts they can get. Friggin' Steve, man. Have I had a crush on a teacher? Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, all of them pretty much. They were all so fucking hot, man. With their fupas. With someone like that, though, Who knows how nuts they can get? Oh shit. Alright. We got... We got 2 more. You know, it was Jack Black. Jack Black, the history teacher. Ugh. All of your teachers were sickos. Absolute freak beasts. Can men have fupas? Is that technical? Yeah, I think so. I think they can have a bit of a droop. God, I just remember I had this one history teacher. He always seemed kind of creepy. Not necessarily towards the guys, but which always made me sad. But no, he would like when he would talk, he would get up on his desk, right? He would get up on his desk and sit on his fucking desk, which was some sort of strange, like, look at me move. But he would have one of those, like, khaki pants that he would, like, hike up to his, fucking gooch, right? He would just, like, hike them up, so it was just, like, kind of, like, poofed out onto the... Yeah, it was kind of exactly, like a weird moose knuckles situation. I was like, at least cross your legs, you fucking... No one took you through etiquette school, I suppose. Yeah, it was very Dead Poet Society-esque. I had a Latina teacher who wore purple contacts in her eyes and black dresses every day. Hell yeah. The Gothic Latina, the most perfect build. The craziest teacher, too. I had a teacher in 6th grade who had all the girls sit at the tables right next to his desk. Didn't dawn on me until years later. Just sitting there. You will stay close to me so I can keep an eye on you. Mrs. Chalupa, can I go to the bathroom? So I have this really creepy, eerie memory of being home alone when I was a little kid. My recollection of it is super dreamlike, to the point that I actually thought that it was a dream for most of my adult life. But then recently my mom mentioned the incident and I sort of said, wait, that actually happened? And then she says, yeah. And that's when I realized that I have a true scary story to share with you and not some lame dream, and I think I preferred it when I thought that it was a dream though. And so I remember waking up in the middle of the night and everything felt heavy and still. You know when you can just tell that your house is empty even though there's no reason to know that? That's how this felt. But I was like 4 years old and it was the middle of the night, so that it was all pretty alarming to me. I wandered out of my room and into my parents' room. I was too short to reach any light switches, so I had to make do with the moonlight and what little light there was. I could see that my parents' bed was empty, so I went downstairs looking for them. In the living room, the TV was on, playing nothing but static, and I have no idea what time of the night this was or why any station would be showing only static, but that's what I remember. And I also remember weird red lights flickering throughout the memory. And the next, I went into the kitchen, trying to find any trace of my parents. At first, I didn't notice her sitting there in the darkness. An old woman. And when she spoke, it made me jump. I tried to reach the light switch because there was a stool in the kitchen that I could climb onto to turn it on. However, the old lady told me not to turn on the light, so I didn't. I could just about see her outlined by the moonlight sitting at the kitchen table. And the weirdest part is to this day, I would swear that she was completely, totally naked. Why this didn't alarm me as a little kid, I don't know, but I just sort of accepted it at the time. But she explained to me that she was the neighbor. My parents had sent her here to look after me. She said that Mommy and Daddy had to go away and that she was here now and she'd always been... A naked old lady. The scariest thing in all of horror. A naked old woman. Nothing has woken me up from more fever dreams, covered in sweat, than a nude lady that's old. She explained to me that she was the neighbor, and my parents had sent her here to look after me. She said that Mommy and Daddy had to go away, but she was here now and she'd always be here. And before I even had a chance to fully take in her words, I heard the sound of the front door being unlocked and opening. Immediately, I ran out into the hallway and saw my parents entering the house. They quickly turned the lights on, and Mom gathered me up in her arms and hugged me and said that they were sorry for leaving me alone. I told them it was okay. The neighbor lady had come to look after me and said that she'd always be here. And when they asked me where the lady was, I explained that she was in the kitchen. And the next thing I remember black socks, no pants. And the next thing I remember is being in the kitchen, my dad turning on the light, and the chair where the old lady had been sitting was on the floor, and the back door was wide open. When Mom referenced the event recently, I asked her if she could remember any further details than what I'd just shared. Mom shed some little light onto the skinning, the skining. Oh, the creepiest authority I've ever had to deal with was the dad of a kid I used to babysit. He gave me the creeps and I hated when he drove me home. Oh, that is really awkward. Mom shed some more light onto it. Mom shed some more light onto it, and they'd both gone outside into the front yard because there had been a house fire nearby in the neighborhood. And like a bunch of the neighbors, they went outside to check out what was going on when they were woken by the red lights of the fire service and paramedics. And that explains why the memory is just sort of tinted for red for me, I guess. According to Mom, I told them that the neighbor lady had come to take me away, not to take care of me. I'd also told them that she wasn't wearing any clothes and that I didn't like her, so I was glad that they had come home when they did. And from the way Mom remembers it, the old lady was on the verge of leaving with me. She says that they kept asking me about it gently without wanting to scare me, and I described an extremely old, naked woman who had been waiting in the kitchen and tried to persuade me to go with her. Another weird detail is that as a little kid, I repeatedly described the woman as slimy, or being covered in slime, but could never explain what I meant by that. Mom says that they found a jar of... What the fuck? A slimy old naked woman. Literally, it's like The Shining. Mom says that they found a jar of some condiment on the table with an unknown clear substance on it, which weirdly verifies my claim that the lady was slimy. And this was a new detail for me too. I don't even remember the slime, but it's definitely not something that my elderly mother would have added herself. My mom says that they were only gone from the house for maybe 5 minutes or so, and that they always wondered whether the neighborhood fire and the naked, slimy old lady were connected. Maybe the substance that she was covered in was some kind of accelerant, and maybe that'd be... Am I learning Spanish for the Bad Bunny performance? I did. I spent over $300 taking a Spanish flight to the middle of the jungle in Colombia. I'm hoping that if I can get a job there cooking cocaine and stuff in the middle of the jungle, that maybe I'll know enough Spanish just in time for the Super Bowl. But then I'm rushing back to America. We gotta make it for the halftime show. Bad Bunny's on. Ole, ole. Oh. Andale, andale. I'm saying andale to the pilot. It's sir, you have to calm down. I'm all of my luggage is just filled with cocaine. My mom says they were only gone from the house for 5 minutes or so they always wondered whether the... Dude, something, I don't know, maybe I'm just like psyched out, but something is really fucked up with my eyes tonight. I don't know what it is. I'm so gone, man. I'm so fucking gone. I'm pitching 10 innings with LSD in my system, man. Just watch Dora the Explorer. That's a good point. I might not need to go move to the jungle of South America. Do you wear glasses? I don't. No, I just need to take a deep breath. My mom says they were only gone from the house for 5 minutes or so, and that they always wondered whether the neighbor I'm giving James Jarls right now. James Jarls. Hello, I am James Jarls. My mom says they were only gone from the house for 5 minutes or so, and that they always wondered whether the neighborhood fire and the naked, slimy old lady were connected. Maybe the substance that she was covered in was some kind of accelerant, and that'd be my guess. It's good to know that I didn't just dream about some creepy old naked woman when I was a little kid, but on the other hand, knowing that the memory is real doesn't make me feel very safe whenever I'm home alone, even all the way now, well into my 30s. Okay, holy fucking bullshit. We made it to the last story, guys. I'm going to take a quick breaky brew. I'm probably going to make some tea. So please talk amongst yourselves for a wee bit. I'm going to mag up. I will BRB. See you in a bit. Sorry, guys, I slipped in the bathtub. But thankfully, space-time operates differently here, so it's been a few weeks. I've recovered from a broken hip, and now I'm back. To you guys, it was only a matter of minutes. To me, it was a long and arduous recovery. But here we are. I've got an artificial hip now. Changing all the captives' diapers. Oh, man, it's cold. Cold as fuck. Cold as a muff. Welcome back, RoboCop. Have you guys seen the newer RoboCop? Whenever, like, they exchange his head onto his new body and they, like, wake him up? It just, like, seems like such a hellish scene, because he's just, like, a floating head. I think he sees... Does he see his body or something like that? I don't know. Do I not have heating? I do, but I have to cut firewood and get it going. I have to start a fire down here. I live in a hut, a mud hut, with improper ventilation. Hey, Shawnee, thank you. Or no, Shane. I thought it was Shawnee. Shawnee! Hello, I am Shawnee. I was looking up at the ceiling high as fuck last night, and then I thought, oh shit, I forgot about hip pain. Wait, was it like, did it hit you at that moment? Alright, well, we only got one more story left here. What day is tomorrow? Thursday? What happens then? What are you guys gonna do on... What happens when Thursday hits? People always get super worked up about, like, AI-3 Atlas meteor hitting, you know, soon, but nobody ever gets worked up about Thursday. So I have a story for you that's become a bit of a legend in my family. It's a weirdly fond memory, even though it was absolutely terrifying at the time, and I think you'll understand why I appreciate the memory even then. Back in the days when this happened, my dad was a park ranger out on a range near Beacon Rock. He and Mom had separated shortly after I was born, and our relationship had always been a bit strained. And I don't want to imply that Dad was absent or anything like that. He just wasn't the type who intended to settle down and have a family, and it was clearly a big adjustment for him. Which meant that when he did try, he tried his best, but he wasn't present all the time, and sometimes I'd go months without hearing from him. As I grew older, I knew not to take this personally. Dad was what they called a wandering soul. He needed to be out in nature to feel alive, and it was genuinely his calling to be a park ranger and care for others out in the wilderness, that is, the United States nature. And as a boy growing up, there were plenty of times when I was mad at my father for not being around as much as other dads, or having a place that I could easily visit every other weekend. And as I grew up and became a man, I started to really respect and relate to him, especially after he passed. I have a lot of fond memories and wild stories about Dad, especially from when I was older, but this is one of the rare stories when I was younger, and it's a story about Dad where he's notable for not being around. Now let me explain. Dad was the kind of ranger who moved around between different parks. But after he fathered me, he tried to find a more permanent spot and became the ranger up near Beacon Rock. He had a small but tidy cabin up there, which meant that he finally had somewhere that I could safely visit and stay, especially now that I turned 10. I was at a stage in my life where I'd gotten over being a bratty kid, but I wasn't quite a too cool for school teenager, so that summer my dad was my hero. We did so much cool stuff together. Fishing, animal spotting, hiking, and exploring around Beacon Rock. And like any hot-blooded... Okay, now we're finding a rhythm. Yeah, where's Beacon Rock at? What do you guys all think of 3IA Atlas? I don't know, man. I saw like the person was saying like, this is backed up by science. It's backed up by science. It's gonna like pass and amplify the Schumann's resonance that comes off of between the Earth and the Sun. And it's just like, can we just? Why does everything have to be like a doomsday thing? Can't we just live, eat pizza, and die like normal people? Can't we just accept our lot in life? That maybe it just has no grand narrative to it. I can't. I personally can't, because that would make life boring. Are we going to be able to see it in the night sky, this huge stone? Has it made any further weird movements or anything? It's too far away. Man, why are we even making a big deal? I guess because it's moving and shit, or it has like a plume of fart dust on it. I know Wednesday Addams is sometimes nicknamed Thursday by Honest Trailers. She, my love, if I want one too many episodes, sometimes slow to watch shows like that one. Joe, do you have an alarm to remind you to stream? Why don't you ever know what day it is? Oh, I don't know. There is time's made up. Hey Gina, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Christina Ricci or Jenna Ortega? Let's see. Let's do a vote. Let's cast a vote. What do you guys think? Christina or Jenna? Wednesday. Oops. Wednesday. Oh. I don't know, probably go with Jenna, honestly. Jenna Ortega is pretty, though. Except for this. Did she really shave her eyebrows or some shit? Like, what the fuck is that about? I hope she didn't actually get surgery done. That's so fucking stupid. Hollywood just, like, fucks everybody up, bro. Whatever. Boots with the fur. I did, yeah, it was funny. What about poo face versus pee face? Oh man, well, like, do you want to pee on... Never mind. It's moving and changing directions. Now they're saying it's because it's closer to the sun, so ice melting on it's releasing gases and making it do weird stuff. Dude, how the fuck does... I fucking hate scientists. I think they're like the biggest fucking nerd liars ever. Like, they're just like so painfully unknowing of everything, but they have to always constantly pretend that they do know. So just like anytime there's like some sort of abnormality in reality, they just say stuff. It could be this shit, and everyone's like, yes, yes. The All-Fathers have spoken. I think it farted and sent it flying 50 degrees that way. Science me, daddy. Do you look at learning more about the ocean or space? It is kind of cool that there's like life in the ocean, you know what I mean? All these weird fucking animals and shit. The fact that we're like just now, like, you know what I mean? It was like this weird cryptid for like a long time, the giant squid, right? Like we only found it through the insides of like a washed up sperm whale. Can you imagine that? Like a washed up sperm whale comes up, you're like, whoa, a giant fucking whale on land. And then they're like, let's open it up. And they're like, what the fuck is that? It's a giant fucking squid in his gut. That's awesome, you know? And then now we like actually getting footage of them and stuff. I don't know, it's fucking crazy. I remember I used to watch like shit on Animal Planet where like they dramatized this story where the guy saw like these huge saucer plate eyes looking up at him from the water, gazing up at him as this legendary kraken peers upon into his soul. And now we just fucking got it in 4K. Fuck it, dude. How do we not have Bigfoot yet, though? Where the fuck is Bigfoot? I think it's just unique that it's an interstellar object, one of the only few that have fallen in our solar system. That's cool enough for me. That is really cool. Interstellar. So, like, for the most part, you're saying, even with, like, the Kuiper Belt, with all that shit, like, things just don't make it through the Kuiper Belt to get here or something? Is that what it is? Or, like... Or we're just, like, so far away from the next solar system that we just... Shit doesn't, like, pass our perihelion or whatever the fuck. Our orbit. Or elliptical. Bigfoot is so magical it can disappear when it needs to, I guess. Bigfoot's out eating the rich. What if Shaquille O'Neal is Bigfoot? Honestly, I've listened to some videos and he says he goes to the zoo and they're like, what the fuck? We complain about Bigfoot not showing itself, but do we have big shoes ready for it? I don't think. Not even China could cost-effectively make a pair of J's for him. Do you think there's life outside the Milky Way galaxy? The Milky Way galaxy. That's so far out there, man. The Milky Way, who knows? Maybe there's nothing. No, I guess there's other galaxies, right? But that's like so crazy. That's the next galaxy. Like, we're not even going to be able to get out of our own solar system, let alone contemplate anything beyond us that far. I don't know. We need to really... I mean, I don't know. Is anyone even thinking about that? It actually makes me wonder. Like, we always talk, you know what I mean? Like, fucking Elon Musk or something always talking about, like, we need to get to Mars. But it's like, is he the only one doing it? Is there nobody else, like, actively working to try to, like, send our jizz out into the cold darkness, the great beyond? And does it even really matter? Would it even really matter if, like, our seeds just, like, land somewhere else? Do we really need to, like, spore the universe? And what do we send? Do we send Jamaicans? I think we send Jamaicans. You get a Jamaican bobsled team, and then you make the sequel, Jamaicans in Space. How do you remember when it's time to stream? It's every Sunday. So new episodes come out, right, every Monday, Thursday, and streams are the night before. And I usually think, like, tentatively around, like, 9 o'clock, I start thinking, like, okay, stream time. But sometimes that 9 o'clock turns into close to midnight. God damn it. I drank this tea and I'm immediately like... I mean, dude, okay, honest question. When you drink stuff and you get sniffly, that means it's bad for you, right? Or no? No, probably not, right? Joel, it's Chris. Every Thursday I fart in a cup and inhale the fumes till I pass out. Dude, there's no way that the fumes stay in the fucking cup long enough for you to pass out. I feel like you would need some sort of, like, tube system, kind of like airlocking straight to your asshole directly to your snout. Otherwise you risk losing all those precious gases. I usually use a detector if I'm allergic to something. Yeah, maybe I'm allergic to cocoa.
Cocoa tea.
Like any hot-blooded ranger son, I was absolutely fascinated by the Bigfoot legends around the area. Dad would roll his eyes and indulge me whenever I'd ask him to tell me about the big old mountain men, and women I assume, who were rumored to live and hunt in the area. Dad always preferred talking about other, more tangibly real animals, but I always wanted to hear about Bigfoots. I mean, who wouldn't? They're genuinely a fascinating cryptid, whether you believe they exist or not. But as for me, well, listen to my story and then decide which camp you think I fall into. Now, it was late evening when Dad got the call. A search and rescue operation was underway some ways down the park, and they absolutely needed all hands on deck. Dad argued, swore, and insisted that he wasn't happy leaving his son back at the cabin, and we had movie night planned. But then he sat me down and we talked about it, and he explained how this job meant that sometimes people's lives were in his hands, and I was absolutely fine with him going and being a hero. And besides, I had my Wii at the cabin, and I was happy to get in a bit of practice so I could kick Dad's ass at Wii Sports Resort all that weekend. And so Dad drove off down the trail in his Jeep, and I just settled in for a late night of video games and worrying about my dad's safety. Now, I tired myself out on Wii Sports Resort and then just settled to play some Zelda, and the sun had got done setting, just set outside, okay. They put chemicals and everything too. Boo Bear Oxygen is freaking chemical. What's Boo Bear Oxygen? Zasha, what's up, dude? What if I just said hi to people that weren't even in the chat? You guys are just like, who's he even fucking talking to? What's up, y'all? What's up, Queef? The sun had set outside now, and I thought about whoever was missing in the park and hoped that Dad and the other rangers would be able to find them safely. And when I first heard creaking and movement on the porch outside, I assumed Dad was back and readied myself to greet him. The cabin was open plan so I could see the front door from the living room, and that's when I realized that whoever was in the porch was not Dad. They were lurking around out there doing something, but not unlocking the door or coming inside. And then my heart sank as I heard the door rattling. Someone was trying to open it, and it definitely wasn't my father because he had a key. I got up off the couch and crept towards the door, hoping that I could peer through the window and see something in the darkness. And as soon as I got close to the door, the rattling stopped, almost respectfully so. And I sniffed. There was a certain scent, strong and impossible to ignore, and my eyes just lit up. Could it really be? It smelled like a wet dog, musky and damp, exactly like Dad had described in his stories. Bigfoot. If it was actually Bigfoot out there, then I knew that I'd be completely foolish to open the door and introduce myself to some 8 or 9 foot cryptid muscle man. So thankfully, I kept my cool and just simply stood near the door smelling that musky animal smell. And there was some taps on the door, like 1, 2, 3 taps, almost like a signal or a greeting. Now, I would have been wowed by this, but then something on the other side of the cabin immediately drew my attention. Another sound, this time the splintering of wood. A much more aggressive, threatening sound, and it was coming from the room at the back, a thin corridor sort of room, which I mean that I could... A thin corridor. A thin corridor-y. Le Bigfoot stink. Le stinky Bigfoot. It would appear as yet your Bigfoot is very stinky. It's not good to look at or sniff at all. What if Bigfoot is Earth's gardeners and they pop in only under certain sun rays from their world? Only under certain sun rays. Like you think the light enables them to transfer between dimensions or something? I believe in Bigfoot, 100%. Well, maybe 105%. Or like visible in our dimension. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. Only under like certain specific sunlight are they allowed. Like it's almost like they're crossing between dimensions. And that's why they're so blurry all the fucking time. It was coming from the room at the back, a thin corridor sort of room, which meant that I could hear where the sound was coming from but couldn't see what was causing it. Torn between a potential Bigfoot sighting and a potential intruder, I rushed to the door leading into the back room and looked around the doorframe. And sure enough, at the window was a very human-sized figure, clearly trying to sort of finagle the window open with some kind of tool, which had splintered the wood and was even now letting the intruder slide their fingers into the gap and start opening. Wait, is Bigfoot working with the intruder? What the fuck is going on? Sure enough, at the window was a very human-sized figure, clearly trying to finagle the window open with some kind of tool, which had splintered the wood and was even now letting the intruders... Okay, so they were trying to get in, and now they're trying to get in the window. Bigfoot's in the CIA. I feel like the CIA needs like a better PR team. Maybe they're like really incompetent, and they just want everyone to think that they're like all knowing and all smart and all capable, even though they all have to like run off of like gross moldy coffee. Your channel got me through the early days of my recovery from addiction. I wish I could repay you for every word you've spoken. Hey, no worries. I'm glad you've overcome addiction and keep overcoming it. You know what I mean? Like, find a spiritual group, find a gym, go outside and nature, all the good things in life, you know what I mean? Find good relationships. It's the best thing to do. Men Who Stare at Goats. Yeah, I watched Men Who Stare at Goats. It was a pretty good movie, but it was specific to like one particular division who would like try to do psychic stuff, you know what I mean? So it was sort of an integration with like the Pentagon, and I don't know. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, but I did see the movie. Is that what you kind of think all of it is? There's 80-foot Bigfoots in your area. But I wonder if it's me thing or not. What the hell is it? And if it is, what the hell is it, law? What are you doing? Are you high as shit, Justin? What's going on with you? Men Who Stare at Goats sounds like a documentary about niche Russian hobbies. Pretty much it. You should watch that movie. It's interesting. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Men Who Stare at Goats is like, the concept is that they do stare at goats and give goats heart attacks by like using their psychic abilities. But at the same time, it's also one of those weird movies where like nothing actually happens at all. I'm talking about staring at the sky and thinking about space and getting a falling up feeling, Joral. Are you like looking at the Milky Way on some remote woodland area right now in the Amish country? Divine Jupiter 14843, welcome back for 3 months. What if the sun goes across the sky every morning because Bigfoot chucks it for exercise? That's what I've said, like Bigfoot's just in charge of flat earth. This is his terrarium. My favorite movie of all time? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I really like Cloud Atlas. I really like The Fountain. I really like Saving Private Ryan. I really like Gladiator. I really like Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, The Fountain and Cloud Atlas are kind of similar in the sense that it's like actors playing the same roles but playing different roles but like across time and almost like reincarnation sense and stuff. Where does Pradeep's name come from? It's from a show called, what the hell was it called? Do you guys remember? The Pickup Artist, sorry, yeah. It's from the show The Pickup Artist. One of the guys' name is Pradeep. Bigfoot are by no means an animal. They display a higher consciousness than any animal. They don't come from Earth, but they can visit it. They are not our friends like some people want to believe. Why don't you think they're an animal, though? I mean, they could just be like a sort of smart, like, bipedal ape, right? But I just don't, like, do you think they're aliens, or you think they're dimensional, or you think they're... I feel like it would make just the most sense that they were just sort of like a really reclusive, highly intelligent ape who walks similar to like humans do, but they're just like super big and super strong and stinky. Almost like a Neanderthal, but like different-ish. Peter Kane, dog trainer, was raped by he got a knobber from a female Bigfoot. So I believe that story. My booty. I mean, I got cracked. Get cracked. I love that cracked has become the term for sex. I love, like, just, I don't know, there's always like there's always another term. There's always another term for fucked. There's always another term for... Can we come up with some terms? Can you guys just like say your term and then type space equals and then space what it's trying to replace in a slang sense? What's the term before gooning? I think just extended masturbating, but I think gooning at this point just means masturbating. Or maybe it's something else. Maybe it's military lingo, I don't know. Goosh equals juge. Alright, that's a good switch up for TikTok. Cranking the mischievous hog. Mischievous hog. What are you doing back here behind this dumpster? Cranking my mischievous hog. And he just squirts in your face. And sure enough, at the window was a very human-sized figure, clearly trying to finagle the window open with some kind of tool, which had splintered the wood and was even now letting the intruders slide their fingers into the gap and start to open the window. I gasped in terror, and the figure must have heard me because he assumed his attempts to open the window. Resumed. And the figure must have heard me because he resumed his attempts to open the window, and without thinking, I shouted out for help. The response was an angry roar from the other side of the cabin, then the thundering sound of distant footsteps. Suddenly, the figure at the window froze and immediately withdrew from trying to break in and disappeared. I ran to the window and could see this sort of faint movement. No, they have a higher consciousness. They are not as intelligent as humans. They get here by traveling in an energetic form. No, UFOs needed... I'm 100%... They're from more complex than... That's what they're saying. Like, it's like dimensional beings, but like, what? Like, are they... They're not as smart as us, but they can travel through dimensions? Is that just their natural state? Are they like... Are they the Nephilim? Like, the fucking fallen angels are just like hairy, dreaded beasts? Roar! But they're still much less than humans, both ethically. As far as God is concerned, they're not in his creations. Call them a Nephilim or not, they are not animal. How do you know all this? Where did you learn this? Who cracked you? Did you crack a Bigfoot? Is that how you know this? Crack a Bigfoot's egg. They're a form of Nephilim. What the fuck? A form of... dude, I thought Nephilim were like... Lots of research. Okay. But like, I feel like the only research we have on Bigfoots thus far... I feel like the only thing we have, like concrete stuff we have on Bigfoot thus far, is just that they may exist, that they got big footprints. I don't know if we have any other scat. If anybody's here is a scat collector or has a Bigfoot scat fetish. And then we know some of their activities, like maybe they bang on rocks, like drums. Maybe they have drum circles with rocks. I don't know. I just feel like I feel like how with the limit, what I'm trying to say, with the limited knowledge that we have on Bigfoot as of right now, in the physical sense, how would we somehow, in a research sense, ever have arrived at the position that they're like interdimensional monkeys from God's house? Did I know when Bigfoot was first discovered? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure like many tribes all over the world have like discussed their Bigfoot experiences, and it seems like it's pretty common, knowledge. People's first-hand encounters. Yeah, it's just weird. I've never even heard like people's first-hand encounters about Bigfoot. Like I always hear it's just like stinky, they throw stuff, they that kind of thing. And then it's like, it's very physical monkey shit, right? And they're a little bit smarter. Maybe they can make toys. Not like Santa's elf style or a PS5 or whatever, but just like cool little fucking wicker baskets. And like, but then, yeah, I've never heard anybody's personal first-hand experiences being like them phasing out of reality. And a deep gut feeling, Nephilim come in many forms, from little people to reptilian entities. I can't explain it all, Joel, but trust me, they are Nephilim and not of God. But okay, so Nephilim are like demons, in your perspective? Bigfoot's part of DARPA. I agree. We've been working on him. Elon Musk is Bigfoot. There's a story in Alaska about Bigfoot ass in a town and made them evictions some over 50 years ago. That's close to the fact as it gets. What did you say? Like, the Bigfoots came in and fucked everything up and made them leave? That's kind of awesome. I remember wasn't there something on Netflix related to that happening in California, but it was like a fictional story. I ran to the window and could see just the faint movement of shadows outside in the moonlight. It was an incredibly dark night, and we left the back porch lights off while I was alone, precisely to avoid drawing the attention of any would-be criminals, I assume. I kept watching, and I'm absolutely sure of this. I saw a second, much larger shadow come running from around the side of the cabin and run past the glass as I hastily closed and relocked the window, which thankfully I was able to do despite the damage to the frame. I guess it hadn't been closed properly in the first place, which is how the intruder had managed to get it partially open. And I could hear running footsteps leading away from the cabin, and they sounded way too heavy to be any sort of man. It was all a bit chaotic and terrifying, though, and I'm not ashamed to say. Jesus Christ, I talk like Jar Jar Binks sometimes. I'm not ashamed to say. I'm not ashamed to say the for sure. Fucking Bigfoot out there. So serious. It was all a bit chaotic and terrifying, though, and I'm not ashamed to say that I shut off all the lights, grabbed some pillows, and hid under the table in the living room for a while. Eventually, I guess I drifted off to sleep, but something woke me up. In the still darkness, I could smell it again. That scent of disgusting, wet, musky dog. It was coming from the direction of the front door, and in my half-asleep state, the smell made me feel comforted in a weird way, even though it was so pungent. Like I knew that I was safe now. And then I somehow managed to drift off back to sleep, tired from fear and the events of the night. Eventually, I woke up again at what turned out to be about 7 a.m. Dad was just letting himself into the front door, and he was surprised to see me crawl out from under the table. He was holding something in his hand, though, and looking between this thing and me in surprise, and I looked at it too. And I asked him what he had, and He held it up and said that he'd found this on the doorstep when he got back. It was sort of a rock and a feather, and he said that they'd been placed squarely in the front of the door with a rock on top of the feather, and definitely had not been there when he'd left the night before. So then I explained the events of the night to him as we sat on the table, both staring just sort of incredulously. Queef Sweat with the two says Bigfoot and Snagglepuss. Bigfoot equals Snaggle. Oh, and Bigfoot and Snagglepuss equals ... Yeah. We're going to get to that point where I feel like, what's after Gen Alpha? Gen Beta? Or no, we're already in Gen Beta. Gen Beta is just going to start talking in ellipses. They're just never going to say anything. Have I seen Neon Genesis Evangelion? I have. I've seen like 4 episodes. And I wasn't like a huge fan. I don't know. Some people love it. I just feel like... I don't know. I'm going to have to try it again. How many episodes are there? The manga for Evangelion is still better. I imagine so. As it always is. It's because the main character has tits. It's not common knowledge, but it's known fact that extra-dimensional beings exist and can somehow travel to our dimension. They come in forms and level of abilities, Nephilim in general. I remember working with like this respiratory therapist guy one time who, that was his perspective too, is that like Bigfoot were like on vacation. They were like people maybe from the future or like just some other type of people on vacation, like visiting and observing things. Which is like, well, why the fuck are they doing it out in the middle of the goddamn woods? Just put on a big suit and like a cool boiler hat and walk around New York. No one's ever gonna know. Just read Berserk, Tokyo Ghoul, or One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Somebody spiked his punch. It's a known fact that Bigfoot wanders around New York and takes the L train. So then I explained the events of the night to him as we sat at the table, both just staring at the offerings left on our doorstep. So what had been going on with Dad while I had my adventures, you're probably asking? Well, it turns out that the search and rescue was actually a hiking disagreement turned nasty. 2 hikers had a disagreement and one of them shoved the other down a small cliff and disappeared off into the forest. And this had been observed by other hikers from some distance away, purely by chance, so the rangers had to locate the assault victim and also aid in trying to capture his assailant. We were convinced that this person is the guy who tried to break into the back window of the cabin. And after assaulting his buddy, he made his way through the forest and found Dad's cabin and decided that he had to break in. Whether he knew that there was a kid in the cabin or not, we don't actually know. Probably not. It was clearly a marked ranger's cabin, so he likely assumed the ranger was out helping with the search and rescue or just off doing something else. And as for the other visitor... Oh man, I'm so cold. I'm so cold, I'm dying. I need some slop on a plate. Can someone get me some slop on a plate and leave it out for me? You're so lovable that even germs can't stay away. Yeah, I just get sick. Even AIDS can't keep its hands off of me. As for the other visitor, well, who can say? But someone or something chased off that intruder that night, and they smelled like a wet dog and left an offering of a rock and a feather on my doorstep as if to say, "Hey, I'm looking out for you, buddy. I got your back." And sure, it could have been a normal animal that just spooked the person. The guy disappeared off into the wilderness as far as Dad was able to ever track, and... Should probably do Wendigo. Should probably do Wendiglobe. The Wendiglobe. Sloppy Joels. You guys making some sloppy Joels tonight? Yeah, if you have the eyes to see, so to speak, I'm not an expert or an internet troll, but there's a lot of evidence this is the case. I need the eyes to see. I need to rip your eyes. I'm gonna have to rip somebody's eyes out, guys. I'm very sorry. Holy shit. Someone did a doctored up thing, so like Jenna Ortega's face looks like the Chad face meme. And that's pretty true. Alright, we're almost there. Freaking heck. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Sure, it could have been a normal animal that spooked the assailant. The guy disappeared off into the wilderness, and as far as Dad was able to ever track, he never got caught. So we were never able to interrogate him as to whether he'd been chased off by a Bigfoot. But I know what I believe, and I was there that night. I heard those footsteps and smelled that musk, and I was the one whose life was saved by the most unlikely of saviors. I believe, and Dad believed too, and we never had any encounters quite as close to that, but there was certainly other evidence that Bigfoots are more than just a myth in the area. As to whether you believe or not, I'll leave that entirely up to you. Love the show, Joel. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate you, bro. No worries. Thank you for... Yeah, I like the weird stuff, honestly. But we have read our last story for the night. You've storied your last read, Joey. And now you gotta read the outro, and now you guys have to think of something fucking funny for me to say at the end. What's the next topic? The next topic I think is going to be hiking related. I do believe. Maybe fall hiking-ish stuff. Poop. And remember, poop is smelly. You know what's kind of crazy, guys? Go check out the Saturn Soul channel. Because the video I put out 8 days ago actually hit the 50K mark on viewership. So, I hope you're proud of me. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, broccoli cheddar... Oh, couldn't even say it. Eggnog is chicken milk. That's a good one. Doing great, Sweaty. Bigfoot's dong is up for sale on eBay. Saturn Joel. Saturn Joel's soul. Okay, here we go. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, eggnog is chicken milk. Is it? I thought it came from... I guess it's eggs. And it's some nog. I've never made it homemade, though. It sounds really good. Do you write your intro, or do you have it memorized? I should have it memorized by now, but I still... Like, if I had to... Okay. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. If you have it, click the... Yeah, fuck me, man. I don't have it memorized at all. Isn't that embarrassing? I've done over 1,000 trillion videos. I've read this 1,000 trillion times. But I've never actually attempted to sit and memorize it, right? Yeah, you guys probably have it memorized more than me. But I don't know why that is. I'm pretty good at memorizing things, but I think I actually have to, like, try it, right? You do one line, and then you do another line, and then you do another. But anyways, Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. It was always fun, as usual. Another 5-hour stream in the books. Where do I read it from? I just keep it in a Google Doc so I can just clickety-clock-clook. But I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. These are some Home Alone stories. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Otherwise, it'll be up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Be sure to check it out right when it comes out. Go follow my Instagram at letsread.official to follow the story of whenever I go live, in case you don't get the notifications over here. But otherwise, I'll be back probably. I don't think I'm going to stream on Halloween. But yeah, I'll be streaming on Sunday. So, love you guys. Appreciate you. Consciously thinking through the steps of something you're used to doing is weirdly harder than it should be. I know, right? Yeah. But also, I think, wait, is the Atlas IAI TI 383 calculator bullshit comet, when's that going to be here again? Is that November? Or is that, I don't know. Anyways, that Schumann resonance bullshit Instagram reel that's totally reliable that I saw is going to be supposedly at its peak at 4:44 a.m. on, like, I think soon, like today or tomorrow. But like on the West Coast, and then East Coast is 3 hours from that, so like 7. I don't fucking know. God, I honestly, just tell me whatever the fuck you want to tell me. I just believe everything. I don't even care anymore. The fucking the earth is flat. I know it's flat. It's fucking, I can't even see the end of it. But so is my butt, sadly.